Hey guys, welcome to the show. Welcome to the late show. This is your host, Lord Hellespont V, live with you from Los Angeles. We have a very special unboxing tonight, a new addition to the collection, something that actually makes an interesting three-piece sub collection in my collection. Um, It's an interesting one. It was a deal that I just could not pass up at this point in time. It was something that I've been looking to add to my collection for some years. Um, so I'm very excited to share it with you. Um, let's get the ball rolling. Let's get the ball rolling. So what's in the box? What's in the box? I'll give it a little bit of time. Um, I won't start right away. I want to welcome Basil's Bezels, who says, "Open up the box." What's in the box? That was a great movie, by the way. And funny enough, this is my seventh piece. So seven for each one of the great sins. Basil's and Corrado is here as well. Corrado Galizia, thank you for being here, man. Nice to see you as always. MLMJ, I owe you an email or something. Send me a send me an email if you don't mind, and I will respond to that if you don't mind. So write to me at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, and I will respond to you there. I like to watch says the world is a fine place and worth fighting for. Yeah, Morgan Freeman, of course, is just makes just about every movie that he is in. To have him as the narrative voice, is in and of itself worth. Of course, Shawshank Redemption was for that reason again. Not that it wasn't great otherwise, but certainly elevated to yet another level. Messaging Matters says two of the worst sins, pride and opinion. Hey, this channel is not sponsored by any of those sins, so that's great. Corrado Galizia has an interesting guess. I'm guessing a GMT watch would make three of them. That's interesting. I'm glad someone is keeping track of my collection. A new state of collection video is coming soon, of course, next week. But yes, so I have a 16570 Polar Explorer II from 2000, my most modern Rolex watch. I have a 16710, a GMT Master 2 with the Coke bezel from 1997. So that beautiful eggshell patina on the tritium against a black dial, which I do dearly love. So a third piece, something like a GMT watch or a travel time watch. It's possible. It is possible. That's very, very interesting. Aussie Expat says, "You have been tight-lipped about any kind of acquisition." I am sneaky, Aussie. I am very sneaky. I did drop two hints at Discord today once I said there's a big unboxing is coming. I did say, I did drop two hints, and I'm not going to repeat them here, but if he comes, if he comes back, if Alan comes and joins us, he can share what I says. And Corrado says, "I guess counting the Explorer as a GMT would mean you already have three." Yes. Yes, I do. So that eliminates it, doesn't it, Corrado? I was trying to see if you know my collection even better, and clearly you haven't forgotten about the root beer, which is a GMT master, right? That transitional period 16753 with the nipple dial. So I already have 3 Rolex watches with the GMT function. So that eliminates that theory, unfortunately, but that was a good guess. That was a great start. Anything else? Anyone who wants to take another stab at it? You might want to try to eliminate some brands. Because look, I mean, you know that I'm a Rolex fanboy. There's no doubt about that. On the other hand, it doesn't have to be Rolex. It might be, but it doesn't have to be. So what do we guess? What do we guess? Is it Aussie Expat 2 says white dial sky dweller? No, but there's something in that guess. There is something in that guess, Aussie, that you got right. There's something in that guess that leads you down the right path. Tudor bronze. Unfortunately, it's not the Tudor bronze. I do want to get a Tudor bronze soon. That could be the watch to celebrate the channel getting monetized. So if you do want to help me out with the Tudor bronze, feel free to tell all your friends to increase the numbers on this. And please upvote the stream. Please hit that like button. It really, really does help. A special summer Breitling. It is not a Breitling. It is not a Breitling. And MLMJ says, I reckon a Squale. It is not a Squale either. Sea Dweller. It's not a Sea Dweller. I did recently turn down a Sea Dweller at the AD. So I did recently turn down a Sea Dweller 43 in steel. It is what it is. Did I go Grand Seiko? I have not. No, not this time. Not this time. And Messaging Matters says Aussie is partially right because it has a dial. Well, he isn't even partially right, but there is something to do with the collection to which that watch belongs. Maybe not the current state of that collection, but something that belongs to one of the historic configurations of that beautiful collection. All right. Well, you go. And a Swally 50 millimeter or bust, a Swall. Yeah, not Invicta either. And Messaging Matters says SD is too big for the Lord. In fact, it is. It really is. Messaging Matters. You're right. That's why I had to turn it down. You know, sometimes you have to come to terms with the fact that some watches, as much as you love them, are not for you. You know, you have to admire them from a distance. And SD43 is a watch like that for me. I think I desperately need a Sea Dweller in my collection. My lifelong grail will remain a double red Sea Dweller, but you will have to wait. I don't have the funds for something like that right now. BC says Jaeger-LeCoultre. Jaeger-LeCoultre, it's not Jaeger-LeCoultre either, but it is a blue box. It is a blue box. It is a blue box. Corrado Galizia says, are we getting ahead of ourselves? Is it a luxury brand? Maybe it's another Seiko. It's not a Seiko either. Should have been. I should have gotten the Seiko 5 GMT, but maybe I'm just waiting to make my video for that. So it's interesting. Aussie Expat says, yeah, we love, again, we mainly love men here, but we love everyone. So just like the girls in the 90s that are only a few drinks away from lesbianism, men are only a few drinks away from the perfect summer watch. Hey, we are only a few drinks away from interesting decisions. A pointer date. It does not have a pointer date. It does not have a date indicator at all. No date display. Super Pitchy says Grand Seiko. It's not a Grand Seiko. And Logan All says JLC sure is fun to say. Yeah, Jaeger-LeCoultre. I will never get tired of it. Jaeger-LeCoultre. It's the best. It's the best brand to pronounce, basically. Anything that's distinctly French, it just rolls off the tongue. Mr. P says, I turned down a deep sea in 2020, already had a black Submariner, so it seemed redundant. Yeah, for me, again, it wasn't a redundance. It's just a 43 millimeter deep sea dweller, even though it's so beautifully proportioned, in pure dimensions, it's still too big for me. So Aussie Expat says Yachtmaster 2. No, it's not a green box. It's a blue box. It is a blue box. It is a blue box. Cartier, it's not a Cartier either. Yeah, let's go, guys. One more. Was this a commercial influencer watch move? No influencing involved. I may have been influenced myself, but no, I wasn't trying to influence anyone else with this choice, although it should, because it's one of the greatest deals known to watch enthusiasts in the market today. Guys, let's take another 5 minutes and some more guesses. What is in the blue box today? I'll give you guys a hint. It has a very distinctive box. It has a box that some may consider even a little gimmicky. Good to see you, says 1921. It's not a 1921. It's not a 1921. But I have been warming up to that watch. I do think it's a little too much, the whole driving angle. But anyway, it's an interesting design. I love yes, people are getting warmer and warmer in the chat. People are getting warmer and warmer in the chat. Was it a watch that a guest mentioned the other night as a great deal? He may have. It's not a Breitling, Thomas. I said it's not a Breitling. Yes, but the deal was struck actually before our guest mentioned it. All right. It's only fair now that a second person has got it. It is time. Ooh. The bracelet is already here. There's a little booklet. A bigger booklet. And oh, this is a nice box, guys. I know it's a little gimmicky, but it's very cute. Don't you guys think? Oh, where's my watch? Let's see. Ah, there's another one. A little travel pouch. And there we are. Good job, Diego. Diego got it right on the first try, basically. It's amazing guess. Amazing guess, Diego. Good call. I don't know if you had any insider information. You may have. But even if you didn't, even if you did, I think that's still a great guess. Still a great guess. So let me wear it on my right for now. Oh, damn. That travel pouch is staining me. So I might need to take a quick break in a little bit. But let me get this on. I actually put it on that hybrid strap that I've been looking at for a while on this channel. You know, that's made by the Austrian strap maker Hirsch. I think it's a pretty cool summer strap because it wears pretty much like a rubber strap, but looks like a nice sporty leather band that's most appropriate for a watch like this. I have put an order in since it came with a bracelet for a Breguet clasp, that famous déployant that comes for this watch. This is what we have right here. Actually, I will just change it on my left. Why not wear it properly? Why not wear it where it belongs for me? So I did order one of those Breguet déployants that goes with this watch in particular. It is actually right from 2001, so it has a great lume on it. It's Luminova, lights up like a torch in the dark. Beautiful. The numerals, the minutes, 30-minute totalizer, the hands, of course, everything lights up beautifully. That lollipop second hand as well. And I picked it up for $4,000. Yeah, Diego, I heard that. Apparently, this is one of the my AD told me kind of stories. I wouldn't believe in everything they say, but that being said, it depends on how they execute it. If they execute it with a manual movement, with a hand-wound movement, I might look into it. But considering that you can get vintage Type 20s easily under $15,000 and possibly for much less. Mind you, not the Breguet branded ones, because those go through the stratosphere very quickly. Yeah, I would probably not get it at retail anyways. So if it comes out in October and November, like you said, which I have to see it to believe it, it would take at least another year for it to fall properly into the secondary market like a Breguet should. Aussie Expat says amazing. Yeah, the flyback function is just, yeah, it's so much fun. It's so much fun to play around with. The movement actually is quite great. I don't know what people are talking about, necessarily judging it to be inferior to everything else just because it's not a column wheel movement, just because it is cam lever. Sure, they're cheaper to produce. Sure, they might not have the same tactile sensation, but that's a very general, broad statement. A movement like this that is well serviced, and this is in great condition right now, it just feels great. And I'll play around with the flyback function in a little bit to share with you guys. Mr. P says, looks great, congrats. Messaging Matters says, wowza. Aussie Expert says, amazing. Is that a calf vulcanized like Series A Panerai? I don't think so. It's because it's calf on the outside purely and it's rubber on the inside purely. So it's not vulcanized or rubberized leather. It's leather on the outside, rubber on the inside. Pretty straightforward, actually. John Dandola says, real stunner, one amazing chrono. And Thomas says, 2001, terrific. Yes, it's post-swatch group. Actually, Breguet was nice enough that I sent them the photographs. I sent them a photograph of the case back, which has the serial number. And they got back to me in a matter of days with some information about the watch. Said, it was 2001 and it was bought from here and there for the first time. So it was, they were very kind. It's not an archival extract or any other kind of certificate of authenticity that you can use in another context. But I don't care because I bought the watch for myself. I don't think of selling it, but that's it. John, I will bring up the watch Diego is referring to. So that was a watch. Do you guys know the Only Watch auction? So basically, that's a charity auction that happens every year where a lot of the most recognizable watchmakers, brands enter with a single watch that they produce specifically, expressly for that competition to be sold, to be put up for auction for charity. So in the last 3-4 years, Breguet entered twice with an iteration of Type 20. So in 2021, most recently, let's start with that. In 2021, they entered the competition with this particular watch. Both watches had inside them a modified Valjoux hand-wound chronograph movement to be more authentically in line with the specs at the time. Again, both watches differ from the Type 20 as it became commercially produced by Breguet in the 90s, because those had automatic movement, 3 registers, and also, for the most part, a 60-minute bezel bidirectional, whereas the Type 20 watches that were produced for Aéronautique Navale, the air forces of the French Navy, had a 12-hour bezel. So this one does have a 12-hour bezel as well. And it has, I think it has a proper 15-minute totalizer that ticks, whereas the modern Type 20 has 15 minutes 15-minute totalizer aesthetically that actually is a 30-minute one that sweeps. So every actually every part they have, every every progression they have on the modern Type 20 is 2 minutes. So this is a proper 15-minute totalizer. I'm given to understand that ticks at each minute, whereas in the modern Type 20, you have something that sweeps. And these were made to look vintage. They were also made to look exactly like the cases of those historic Type 20s, right? The modern one. Let me wash my hands, guys, so I can actually handle this watch. So the Jake Brooks says, awesome watch. Thank you, man. Again, to drive the point, that watch we were looking at is not the watch that Diego was suggesting, but I wanted to start with that. When Invest Corp, that was an investment firm, a Bahraini investment firm that owned Breguet before Swatch Group took over, reintroduced this watch in the 90s. They made it a little bit more like a luxury watch than a sports watch, pure and simple. So they introduced some of the aesthetic codes of Breguet, like the teardrop lugs, like the fluting all around the case, right? That coin edge decoration. Made it all polish, basically. Of course, made it have a sapphire crystal rather than acrylic one, and also made it with an automatic movement rather than a hand wound one, as they had historically. So this was the 2021 pièce unique, one of a kind, Type 20, that they made for Only Watch 2021, and that sold for a record-breaking amount of 250,000 Swiss francs. And considering that the ceiling of the initial estimate was only 50,000, that was quite a feat. And then 2019, which Diego was told is going to be introduced to the commercial lineup, which I find less desirable, by the way, because it doesn't have the big eye, right? You have just equally proportioned 2 registers. It doesn't have the syringe hands. Instead, it has these baton hands. I'm just nitpicking. I mean, it's a beautiful watch. I actually love the fact that this one has the onion crown. And to my knowledge, this one actually was produced to the exact specifications as much as they could replicate it and as much as they could find it to that first generation of Type 20 watches, mil spec, whereas the 2021 version was a reproduction of a civilian iteration of the Type 20, which Breguet also always sold commercially as well to the end customer too. So this is the watch that Diego has heard is going to be brought into the lineup as the new Type 20, which could be great. Thank you, JB. Wristwatchholic has the right point here. I wouldn't buy any new Breguet from boutique or ADs. John Dandola says you can get a good deal from the ADs if you work with them. You're right, but not as good of a deal as you can once they fall into the secondary market. And this is it. 2-register chrono, manual wind, also slightly smaller than the modern version, right? More in line with that mil spec, 38.3. So they made one. This was one of a kind, but now is rumored to come into the regular production. Jimmy says everyone upvotes. It's the least you can do. Hey, people are doing great, but thank you, Jimmy, for your support. Please hit the like button. It really, really does help. And Thomas says it's such a super solid, authentic, original. Type 20 is one of the icons. I was just actually visiting a new vintage watch dealer that opened a branch in Beverly Hills. And no, it's not everyone's favorite. It's actually Cherry Creek Watch Company from Denver, Colorado. They just recently opened a branch in Beverly Hills, and I was treated like royalty just because I was wearing a Type 20. That's the kind of kudos this watch. That's the kind of unearned, I should say, kudos that this watch gets you right off the bat from another vintage enthusiast. Alex, who is the owner of Cherry Creek Watches, just started bringing out his entire collection of vintage chronographs just because I was wearing a Type 20, against all reason, right? Because, come on, I mean, any security protocol means that you bring watches like, 2-3 watches at a time at most. But that's why I commend Mr. Grimberg, Alex, because he was just swept up by the enthusiasm he actually had for these watches, which is a rare sight among the dealers of our day. So that's just a nice little story that I could experience thanks to this little watch on my wrist. I love it. MLMJ, the punters know each other. I still miss my friend, but I think he's all right at least. Hope he comes back to our community in some shape or form. John Dandola, I don't think so, he says about the ADs, our friend Wristwatchholic. Even when you get 30% discount, you still pay sales tax. Usually used Breguet under a year old is around 40-50% discount in the secondary market. Jimmy says, yes, Jimmy. I did get a new watch. It's a Type 20 that I got for 4K, 2001. It's in a great condition. I'm sure it has seen a polish. You can tell it from the bracelet at the very least, but it's actually in a great condition. I love it. So this is the one that's rumored to come back. As you guys know, 2018 was when Type 20 Aéronaval, which is the one that I'm wearing right now, was discontinued from the lineup. That's the 3-register, all black, no date version of the iconic pilot's chronograph, produced initially by a number of watchmakers to the air forces of the French Navy. And in 2020, also the Transatlantique, which is the model that has a date window at 6 o'clock, that was also discontinued, and that's that. And hopefully, as Diego heard from the boutique in New York City, the Type 20 is making some sort of comeback to the Breguet lineup, and I would love it to be in the form of a hand-wound chronograph to register as something different. Jake Brooks says LHV making a watch deal is like, seagull or a cormorant jumping in for the fish, diving in for the fish. Good to see you, says, how do you get the information on the watch from Breguet? Email them. Yes, so my watch actually doesn't have papers, right? All I have in there are manuals, etc. Doesn't have the original papers. So what I did was I took the pictures of the watch. I used the form they have on the website. It's pretty straightforward. I can show you how to do it. Good to see you in a little bit after we talk a little more about the watch. And you can attach some photos already on that website to the form, and they respond to you, like 3 to 5 business days. It didn't take too long. And it's the official archivist, basically. John Dondola says they let you send them out of state for tax-free sales. They shouldn't really do that at this point, and most of them refuse to even. But hey, MLMJ says LHV came around with the two-tone pièce unique squale. No squales on this channel. I think those watches are only really worn by people sponsored by them, and I don't have such sponsors. Wristwatchholic says they stopped doing that. Yes, sales tax are depending on destination state nowadays. Also, I doubt they will give a new customer from another state 30% heavy discounts, and I prefer the 50% discount as well. And Jimmy says, looks like he got a Brexter. Nice, very nice. Thomas Broadbent says, you got the... Yes, I did get the stainless steel bracelet too. I think, look, Thomas, I keep repeating this. 3.5 used to be the roundabout rate, right? Before things went crazy, in 2017, 2018, 2019, you could actually get one with a full bracelet for 3.5. But then again, $3,500 would go much further 3-4 years ago, 5 years ago, than it goes right now. So I think 4,000 today for one in a good condition with the full stainless steel bracelet. I think it was a fair deal. And I don't, I'm very happy with it. And I do tell this all the time. I'm one of the top 10 tire kickers and hagglers of all time. So I did try my best in making this deal as well, and I'm glad it worked out at the end. And Jimmy says, congratulations, she's a beauty, great addition to the collection with an amazing pedigree. Jimmy, there were 2 reasons. So one, I've always wanted a chronograph, but I'm kind of like Bill Sanders, Watch Art Sci. As you know, he's a fellow quote unquote hater of chronographs. He finds the dials too messy, too cluttered, and that's usually my perception. But with Type 20, I was already always somehow enamored because it has that all black aesthetic that I'm so familiar with from my first ever luxury watch, which is Submariner 5513. Again, an all black aesthetic. Of course, in that case, you just have a three-hander, even better in a way. But when it comes to the Breguet Type 20, again, you don't have a date, you don't um, have any other tachymeter, indicator, pulsometer, anything else that interrupts the aesthetic of the watch. You don't have different colors on the dial. Um, it just felt right. I think it's especially on the leather band. I mean, I wore it for a couple of days on the stainless steel bracelet, and it is a stunning watch, and it really shines, right? And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but that's not something that I'm used to when I'm wearing a sports watch that I consider to be a legacy piece, something that was once a tool watch. Um, so it just felt right to put it on a leather band, and I actually uh, contacted some associates from Switzerland and got in some Breguet stuff with it, for it, I should say. But here it is, by the way, next to the Breitling Avi from Racing R visit to the Breitling boutique in Westfield Santry Plaza. That's his photo. I think Breguet wins this particular battle. Again, don't take it wrong. You know, when I said I like the fact that it's all black and quite seamless, the dial. Don't take that to mean it's one dimensional, because it's not. The Arabic numerals, I think, make a big difference. The big eye, of course, is a great aesthetic. I always loved it, and also, actually, the subdials are just a little bit different in terms of their finishing. So there is a lot of dimension to the dial, even though it is primarily an all black aesthetic. And I do actually like the fact that it's a very compact watch, but um, quite chunky because of the way it's designed. You know, from the lugs all the way to the domed um, crystal. I think that was great. Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a man of wealth and taste. Yeah, yeah. Messaging Matters knows where it's coming from, guys. This is, of course, the sprouting, the final, um, the final product of an idea planted in my mind, of a seed that's planted in my mind by the Pontiph. You guys must remember him talking about the Type 20 from all these old videos, and how he was waxing poetic about Breguet, all the historic owners. Um, yeah, so you know where the idea comes from. This was a piece that was an integral part of the RT5, that legendary collection. Bob says, wow, such a beautiful piece. Love that crown. I love the crown on all of them. And this just has a beautiful sound for a for an automatic movement. I don't know if any of that would translate, but maybe the winding. Probably not. But in either case, um, I've never felt an automatic movement, automatic chronograph movement that gave me so much emotion, honestly. Messaging Matter says, looks like the new one retails for 9,500 if I'm looking at the correct model. The new one doesn't even retail at this point, Messaging Matters. It's gone. It's gone. There's no Type 20 in the lineup anymore. It's only Type 21 and Type 22. 4K is a great deal, Jimmy. Thank you. Diego says it is coming back, though. It was the store manager in New York City that told him my favorite Breguet was the Type 20, and he asked if I'd ever heard of the Only Watch. Dan told me about the release. Looking forward to it. Yeah, I would never buy Breguet at retail. Not that I ever buy any watch at retail, guys. That's just not what I do. But yeah, let's hope it stays 38 millimeter and hand wound. Look, there are such amazing deals again for vintage Type 20 in great condition from one of the heritage suppliers from the 60s. It is what it is, right? That's where I would go if I wanted an actual hand wound. But for them to introduce it to the modern lineup, I have to say it would be a great tip of the hat to that heritage, because that is part of Breguet's 20th century heritage. Those bracelets are naturally shiny, beaming. Again, I like the look. It's not for me for the everyday, but I can certainly see myself wearing it on that bracelet for certain occasions, just for the hell of it. But for something like this, I would rather wear it on a leather band. I did, yeah, I did get it for 4K. It is an amazing deal. Um, Wristwatchholic, when did the rules change for the tax breaks? I know someone who bought items and asked the AD which states can they ship for tax free. They spelled out 3-4 locations and mailed it. And Jimmy says, always get the watch on a bracelet, even if you don't like it. You can always add a strap. I completely agree, Jimmy. Again, it's not that I don't like it, but it's not for everyone. Certainly, the Breguet Type 20 bracelet, and it's not for every occasion. And I know, Thomas, you love the Type 20, so I'm glad you share my excitement. Thank you so much. Beautiful watch. Big fan of Bill Sanders. So am I, Junior Johnson. Thank you for dropping by. I love Watch Art Sai, and I love Bill Sanders, and I respect his knowledge a great deal, and I actually like his delivery. I've heard people complaining about it, but look, guys, I mean, he's just a jolly old professor. That's them's the vibes, them's the vibes. That's what it's supposed to be. That's Professor Sanders for you. Love the guy. I like the Longines Big Eye chronograph also. Yeah, the uh avigation Big Eye. That's a great deal as well, guys. um you get something like this in, with a discount from your AD, or maybe in the secondary market, and this is actually a decent enough movement in this watch. We have talked about this watch as a great deal under 5K. The Longines Avigation Big Eye. It's 41 millimeters, of course, so it's more akin to Breitling's re-edition of the 765, their re-edition of the Avi in terms of dimensions, than to the Breguet Type 20, which is a smaller watch. It's just as thick. This has a column wheel chronograph movement, actually. It is, of course, a modified version of an ETA, which they call L688. I'm gonna guess that is. I'm gonna guess that's yeah, that's an ETA A08.L01, which I'm guessing is a descendant of the 7753, but I can't be sure. Let me double check. Yep, so it's a column wheel version of 7750, 7753. So this is a great watch as well, a great deal at retail with a little bit of a discount, or on the secondary market. I'm sure you can chop off at least a few $100 off, and the price tag is already quite attractive to begin with. So if you want something no-nonsense, modern, of course, again, this don't make the case finish fool you. It is actually bead blasted stainless steel. It's not titanium or anything. So it's a beautiful, beautiful piece. I certainly agree. And yes, guys, please do follow me on Instagram. I do have, I have sourced original straps. Let me show them next. Diego, just give me a second. Just want to post my Instagram link there. I would really appreciate it, guys, if you would follow me on Instagram if you haven't yet, and please hit the like button. It really helps, and subscribe if you haven't. I'm here with watch content on a daily basis, and would love to have you on board. Would love to have your company. Would love to have you in the audience, and feel free to jump on, by the way, on the panel to talk with me if you would like. How does the bezel function on this? On this one, this is, let me show you. So yeah, let's play around a little bit. So this is basically a 60 minutes timing bezel. So it more or less allows you, since you have a 30-minute counter, and again, you know, a 12-hour totalizer, and of course the running seconds in addition to the chronograph. The idea is you can kind of set the time, set the bezel to the minute hand when you start the chronograph, so you can also track the hours on the bezel. And I have talked many times about the Flyback Chronograph, and now I have the pleasure to show you how it works. So you see the second hand there, going around second 20. I press reset, flies back to 0, and just continues. Right? Press reset, flies back to 0. Uh-oh, don't embarrass me. I think it needs to be charged up a little more. Yeah. So it flies back to 0. Jesus. All right. Yeah, it just needed to be charged up. Flies back to 0 and just continues. In a chronograph that doesn't have the flyback function, you would have to stop, reset, and start again. So that's how the bezel works on this one, and it's bi-directional. So it goes in either direction, and it's a 60-minute timing bezel. Whereas on this AVI reedition, for example, in the 765 from Breitling, that is a jumping hour, 12-hour bezel. Market cost, I don't see them very often on the market, Thomas, but Breguet basically charges $600 for the déployant buckle, and I just ordered with them. But I did get a great deal on someone who was sitting on 3 original Breguet straps. So I got one that is alligator with contrast stitching, that single keeper look that they use for Type 20. And I have, again, 2 of the calf leather ones, one that's more like burgundy and has this very distinct look that's very specific for the Type 20. And I have one that's more usual. Again, that single keeper look. That's very much specific for the Type 20. Yeah, so on the secondary market, the last time I saw something, it was like 450 or something. Breguet itself, basically tax included, sells it for 600, which I think is theft. Honestly, it's robbery. It's daylight robbery in broad daylight for a stainless steel déployant buckle, but it is what it is. I do have actually the same system here on this strap that I have from the Austrian maker Hirsch, exactly the same, but it doesn't say Breguet. It's simple, and they sell it for $35, of course, something like that. So it's again, you know, flyback. So I have basically 3 Breguet straps that I sourced, and I also sourced something interesting. I was asking one of my friends in Switzerland whether he had some straps or a déployant for me, and he said no, but I have something else that might interest you. And again, I don't know what I will do with it. Maybe the next and first time it needs service, I might look into it. But this is something else that I got. And again, hey, it's my watch, right? I can do whatever I want with it. But here's the thing. Let me open this in a second. Yeah, Diego, unfortunately, there's nothing to check on the connection. It's just potato Wi-Fi. That is what it is. Junior Johnson says Longines Big Eye is right under 2K in Joma Shop. That's a great deal. That's a great deal. Thanks for letting everyone know, Junior Johnson. St. Peter says Lover. Yeah, it's an amazing watch. It is right around 39 millimeters. The modern reproduction of Breguet Type 20, the Roman numeral 20, is right around 39 millimeters. And yes, I'm a lover of that particular Longines as well, the Avigation Big Eye. And GB Vol says, nice watch there. And yes, it is great work by them for having identified the watch, having helped me with it. All right, wait. I'm still trying to open this behind the camera. It's giving me a hard time, of course, as it does. Thank you, St. Peter. Thank you. Man, I'm not gonna delay this much longer, guys. If I can't open this little thing, just give me one more second. In the meantime, guys, if you have been enjoying this show, please upvote. We have been talking about the Breguet Type 20, and as my new acquisition, my lucky number 7, the 7th piece in my collection that actually makes for a 3-piece combo meal deal and lovely little sub collection within it. And finally, I open this thing up. So basically, my friend told me, I have something special for you that is related to the Type 20 if you would want it. And I got it just, just to keep it for a rainy day. This is the glossy blue dial they used for the special edition that was made for Japan in pretty limited numbers. And my friend sourced me this little thing. So if I ever want a little bit of change up, a little bit of something different from the watch, who knows? I'll just pop this one right in there. That was, I think, 3807, I want to say. The Japanese limited edition. Yes. So let's open that up. These ones come to the market a little less frequently, and they're a little more expensive since they were produced for the Japanese market in limited numbers. I think it's a beautiful glossy dial. Of course, the limited edition also had an exhibition case back, which you will see in a couple of pictures, I'm sure. There we go. This is the Lemania 1830 that powers the Type 20, that beats in every Type 20. It is the same movement as always, decorated in the same way. I think Breguet calls the caliber, if I'm not mistaken, 582, which is basically based on Lemania 1350, which with the added flyback chronograph function. So, you know, for a rainy day, since I found it, I said I might as well just grab it, and maybe one day I'll feel like changing things up, and why not put a blue dial into it for that. I think yeah, these ones were made towards the end of the, I want to say, towards the end of the 90s. How many were they made, I wonder? Any Type 20, 30. Limited to 2,000 pieces. Okay. So, yeah, it's pretty rare. I know AC Morgan, one of our community members, was chasing a blue dial edition of this. I wasn't able to chase down one in my search myself more recently, but hey, it's not the same thing, but I'm gonna keep this blue dial for a rainy day, so to speak, and we'll see if I ever need that change up at some point. Thomas Broadman says chocolate. I think that would be nice. I hope, quite honestly, Thomas, if they do reintroduce that watch, I think for the only watch auction, it felt right to emphasize, to italicize that vintage feel, that vintage vibe. I didn't mind the fact that they made that chocolate dial. I did. What a disaster. Sorry, guys. I didn't mind the fact that for that only watch auction, both in 2019 and 2021, I didn't really mind the fact that they made a chocolate dial and really exaggerated that vintage vibe. I don't think there was anything wrong with it, but if they are going to bring this watch into commercial production, I hope they don't exaggerate that Fortina vibe. I hope they don't go for something like this. But that's just me. Again, I think some people prefer that particular form of nostalgia, but I wouldn't want to see that, honestly, because there are, again, very precious and very well kept examples by some of the original suppliers of Type 20 in the vintage market, and they're very nice. And yeah, I mean, look, I just wanted to keep it. You know, I saw it. It was a few $100s. I said I'll snap it. You know, I know how the Rolex pieces in the past, Rolex parts for vintage watches have shot up in price. So just to have the option, you know, maybe next time, the first time that the watch needs service, I'll say to my watchmaker, hey, pop that blue dial in. You know, I want a different look. Why not? John Dondola says a few straps and that blue dial, you'll be able to change the look of this watch often enough to enjoy it anew when you need the colorway shift. That's true, John. I think, again, the blue dial thing is maybe 5 years down the line. Maybe I might pop it in. But when it comes to the straps, you know how I do things here on this channel. I like changing things up. I like putting things on new straps. So I'll certainly enjoy this watch in a few different ways. And I look forward to my Breguet Déployant coming in because yeah, that's the thing. I think they did it just to really spite everyone, uh, as always, just to make things a little more difficult, guys, because the Breguet Type 20 is basically 21 millimeter in lug width, and for a 39, and change watch, that doesn't really make much sense. Why not 20 like everyone else? Um, and it tapers down to 16, which which is normal enough. Um, but yeah, so what I have here is 21 to 18, for example. So I can't actually use this buckle with any of the Breguet straps that I have. So for that, I have to wait for the new Breguet Déployant strap. And yeah, I have the Gator. I do have the Gator, which makes me, of course, as always, pain a little bit. Um, but I know I'm still not vegan enough. Uh, I'm just keeping a vegan diet, nothing beyond that. And guys, yeah, let's. As I was saying, now I have a three-piece collection. Do you guys remember the Archie 5? Who in the audience remembers Archie's 5-piece from back in the day? The Archie 5. Jump on, by the way, guys. I would very much like someone to hash out the Archie 5 with me. Let's see if the community remembers those legendary times that we are trying to revive on this channel. Archie Luxury 2012. The Archie Luxury. Yeah, Archie 5. From 2012. I wonder if you all remember that particular iteration of the collection. Yeah, so right, right. There were a few different iterations of the Archie 5, right? So this is one of them, and this is what I was referring to, the Type 20 Polar Explorer II. I think it was the Speedmaster, or Thomas remembers it as Explorer, Reverso, and Patek. And this is what I have now, basically. I have the Reverso, I have the Polar Explorer 2, and I have the Type 20 on the wrist. So I have 3 members of the Archie 5 as part of my collection, which I really cherish. I really love the fact that I have 3 members of the Archie 5 on the collection. I think there was another iteration that was the Patek 5127G, the Breguet Type 20 Reverso Grande Date, the 5035J, the Patek Annual Calendar, and the 14790, the Audemars Piguet mid-sized Royal Oak. So I think that's another iteration, that's another mark of the Archie 5. And yeah, I'm glad the punters remember. Full on John. Hey man, welcome to the channel. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. So yeah, so I have a little bit of an Archie Luxury homage, Archie Luxury tribute within the collection. But since we are all saying nice words about Archie's watches, I don't think he's gonna turn up today, which is disappointing. Maybe if Aussie Expat jumps on and talks a little bit of shit uh, on the Rolex Sky Dweller, he might just turn up. So let me talk a little bit about. Yeah, don't forget his one and done Rolex. I think one time his one and done was also the gold sub, right? So he had a couple of one and dones, but Archie is not a one and done guy. You all know that. Junior Johnson, thank you for being here. Yeah, guys, I'm so sorry for my internet connection, but it is what it is. I tried to solve it. I think this is another aspect of the channel that will have to wait for my eventual and inevitable move. Because I just don't have at this place the opportunity to actually plug in directly to the internet, because my setup is on one end of the house and the only way I can plug in is basically back in my closet, where I have, as you know, many people trapped, so can't be broadcasting from the closet. Watch Nicholas is all right. That's all I can say. I'm not at liberty to share any details about the situation. Not that I know a lot about the situation, Curly Q. I have some information. I have some theories, but I wouldn't. It's not my place. Watch Nicholas is a dear friend of mine. I love him as a friend. I love his work as a fan, and he was kind enough to get back to me to say that he is all right, that he's okay. And I know he will be even better in time. And he always will have my support no matter what. So that's all I can say, Curly Q. Big Meech, about my connection, he says cactus. Can't disagree. It is what it is. And Thomas says, I think one and done has to be either Patek, Vacheron Constantin, or AP. Pardon me. Listen, I mean, it can be anything. It can be Tudor for all you know. It depends on the person who is trying to do one and done. I don't know. Again, I'm not an extremely active person. Um, and even then, I don't count my Seikos for the one and done. If I ever were imagining a one and done situation, I still think I have to have a sports watch of some sort. Even if it's vintage, it has to be a sports watch, right? And in my case, it has to be the Submariner 5513. So for me, it would be a Rolex if I had a one and done. And like Curly Q just invoked, it would be a black no date sub. And GB Vol says the thumbnail for this stream is awesome. Hey, I was going to put a picture of the box, but I think that would have given it away. So I kept the FC Rolex because it would also kind of trick people into thinking that it is yet another Rolex. But hey, I mean, that doesn't change, GB. I'm still a Rolex fanboy. I don't think that will ever change, in fact. I think Rolex will always remain as the core of the collection. And you guys know I don't sell watches. So if I have 5 Rolex now, it will be it'll be at least 5 Rolex going forward. So it is what it is, and it is a sickness. It is a sickness. What is the thumbnail now? Okay, maybe Google, YouTube gave me a thumbnail. Yeah, I don't even know what it is. Am I just? It's just my face. I don't know what it is, GB. You have to explain it to me. Everybody loves Rolex. We do have to. We do have to. There's no other way. Yeah, so a little bit more about the watch. So contrary to popular belief, this was actually something introduced somewhere around 1994, 1995. So before Swatch Group took over Breguet as a heritage brand and made it their high horology house. It was a Bahraini investment company called Invest Corp that had Breguet. They had also bought Lemania, which they renamed Nouvelle Lemania and moved Breguet into that manufacturer, basically. And they wanted to introduce into the lineup of Breguet watches something that belonged to the Breguet heritage, but that was more distinctly sporting, and something that carried the Breguet signature in more ways than one. And they settled on the Type 20 to do that. The first generation of it was pretty similar to this, but actually had this gold capped crown to somewhat distinguish it. The same case back, but somehow a 200-meter depth rating rather than the 100-meter, which is the case with the Breguet Type 20 lineup for the rest of its existence. The older generations also had different cases that were a little less practical, but perhaps a little more romantic. I know the first generation of that riveted ring case, riveted wing case, actually had the rivets in gold as well, just with the gold plated crown. and you would see it from the Pontiff's videos. Actually, the one he has is the transitional period, which has, again, those rivets pretty distinct on the case, but the case itself is not very practical to store the watch. This post-swatch version of the case I find very, very practical, and it just looks fantastic when you put the watch in. So I want to show that. I want to share that with you guys. So it has this very romantic piece of imagery with a plane in a marine context. This one actually has a little pillow, the post 2000 version of the case, that you can slot in here. And actually, when it is in the case, when it is in the box, it's a true presentation box, because it just peeks out beautifully. Right, like this. So it's actually quite nifty. It's really amazing. So I love it. And Thomas has a special request. He says I should wear it over my cuff like Agnelli. Let's see if I can pull it off. Let's see if I'm up for it, Thomas. I always love a challenge, as you know. I'm not above challenges and competitions and pissing contests. And as much as I think it can be classy in the right context, I also think it can be a little over the top to wear your watch over the cuff. But since I made a whole video about it, which I will post in the chat, I should adopt the style. And show whether it works. Interesting box with it. Boston Collector, thank you, by the way. Thank you. I think it's a great stream. I would love to follow it some other time. I had to come on here and run my own stream, but if I could be of any help, yeah, you know, again, Watch Nicholas's people are my people. You know that. I love his work. I am rooting for what is best for him, first and foremost, Boston Collector. But I'm also hoping that he will return, so we can enjoy his show as always. Okay, well, actually the cuff really fattens things up in a way that I just didn't predict. So sorry, Thomas, for having taken so much time, but this is how it's supposed to be. Yeah, that's it. That's as well as I can do it. All right, this is better. Yeah. All right. So that was Gianni Agnelli, who used to wear both his sports watches and his dress watches over the cuff as a stylistic expression. And I made a video about this, especially about his 1415 HU, the first commercial version of Patek's World Time. Here it is, wearing your wristwatch over the cuff. Wat Cholo says, congratulations on the new timepiece. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. And Boston Collector, I've always been fascinated with that box since I saw the Pontiph show it off. And yeah, the first generation box is pretty interesting too. Let me pull up a picture of that after I put this back on, as I should, rather than like a blowhard. And Boston, yes, that was very nice of you to make an entirely new channel, to open up that sort of outlet for the community, for all the punters, including me. Again, I consider myself a fan of Watch Nicholas first and foremost, and one of his punters. So it was nice to have that on, if only for a little bit, right? It was nice. It was nice. So let me put this back in. And that was the video I did earlier about wearing your wristwatches over the cuff. Let me see. Let me peek onto Chrono 24. Let's see. I have seen before a few versions of the earlier versions of the. This is the ladies version, by the way, the 33 millimeter, which is interesting. I've never seen it in person. But hey, it could be an interesting piece. 33 millimeters is certainly too small for even people like me who have otherwise very skinny wrists. I'm trying to see. Someone had the early version. This is not an early version. I'm guessing it's one of the more expensive ones, actually. This is a 98. So let's see if he has. You see? It's 28 Atmos version, but the crown must have been changed in a service because it doesn't have the gold cap. Usually the 20 Atmos water-resistant versions of it have the gold-capped crown. And this is the Breguet Déployant, basically, that I'm waiting for, that had to be ordered expressly from Switzerland. Apparently, the box had about $600 stuck to it. So it needs to be very carefully pulled out by the master watchmakers in Breguet, which will finally allow me to use the Breguet straps that I acquired for the watch. Let me see. Maybe just an internet search for 1995. Okay, that's just a timeline. Wait a second. I think I might have a page opened up on my cell phone. And what is it? Can't find it now. Let me see. I think I found it. No, that's not it either. I think that's it. Is it? Yes. So let's click on that. As you can see, the earlier versions of it, of course, the dial is fully executed in tritium. You'll see even the Breguet signature is a little different, right? It's an uncrossed T. The crown is gold capped. This one comes only on a leather strap with the original Breguet buckle. The tritium has beautifully aged though, so that there's that to be said. And the box, as you can see, actually has matching gold accents and is a little bit more in line with the aesthetics than utility, because you'll get the case back scratched quite a bit trying to close it on this watch. But again, aesthetically, it's just beautiful. The big box is a little different as well. That actually has the same stripes as the little booklet that comes with the watch. And that booklet actually talks about a little bit about the heritage, about the aviation heritage of Breguet. Um, yeah, thank you, Boston Collectors. Sometimes, I can only do so much. Just wanted to give the community an outlet. Again, thank you for that. In the meantime, had a great time streaming with Dirk. Dirk is great. He has been great here too. Whenever he comes, I'll probably try to stream more watch content during the day later in the week. Hey, of course. So these aren't in retail anymore. When they were in retail, Boston, even then, they were very reasonably priced until 2018. This particular model, which is called the Aéronaval, right? Let me write that in there. Aéronaval, no dates versus um, Transatlantique, which I think has a different reference number as well. Let me see. Just want to make sure so I don't trip anyone up. Yeah. So you have the Aéronaval, which is reference 3800, no dates. And you have the Transatlantique, which is reference 3820, date at 6 o'clock. Um, just to specify, I'm talking about the no date version, Boston Collector. I think last time they were part of the Breguet lineup, which is 2018. They were priced right around 9,500. Um, in the secondary markets, you can find them often for 5,000 to 5,500. I think for that price, you should certainly be looking for box and papers, especially because of its unique presentation. You can find it for cheaper, and I picked it up around 4,000. One thing I will say is, again, just so you have your preference, the ones from 94 to 97 or so, 94, 95, 96, maybe 97, they have these gold details, the gold capped crown, and are somehow actually 200 meters water resistant. They have 200-meter or 20 atmos of depth rating. Of course, the dial will be all in tritium, hopefully nicely and evenly aged. It is a beautiful look, but it will have expired, of course, being almost 30 years old, 25 plus. If you go with something after 2000, you have the advantage of having a modernized dial, so it will be still luminous, and it's quite a joy to see it. It lights up like a torch, and everything basically on this dial, except for continuous seconds and the 12-hour totalizer at 6 o'clock, everything is loomed that you see here, right? The Arabic numerals are loomed. Hour and minute hand is loomed. The lollipop second hand is loomed. The 30-minute totalizer is loomed, including the fusile hand that sweeps through it. So it's actually kind of nice to find it in Luminova, in that post 2000 post swatch group. And post swatch group comes with the presentation box that I shared, that is more utilitarian and in a way more sleek. This is, I think, in a way more beautiful and more rustic, but incredibly impractical. I'm sure many have scratched their watches like this a number of times. Um, but it just looks damn good, doesn't it? So that's more or less it. Just give me one second, guys. Um, hmm. Yes, Boston. At 55, if you can get it, you can get it cheaper than that. But if you're getting it at 5500, you should certainly have the full steel bracelet that goes with it. Even if you might prefer the aesthetic of the leather strap, which I do. I do love the bracelet as well. Um, but you can get it cheaper than that. You can get it cheaper than that. And actually, you are not wrong, right? Because I was actually trying to acquire around the same time Tudor Bronze Black Bay 58. Um, and I basically found this great deal on a Type 20, an offer that I couldn't refuse, basically. Um, so yeah, I can certainly. And the way that wing is designed, Boston Collector, you can actually kind of have a desk clock vibe, if it's properly wound, and it can be a nice piece of decoration as well. But it's just too much fun to wear that, why would you leave it on the desk? But certainly it would work. Interesting piece. Could see someone display that at an office or on a desk. I mean, someone who has the proper aviation pedigree, I think, could get away with that. Um, a poser like me, I think it's better to wear it and carry it with as much confidence as you can. Otherwise, it can really bear very close to stolen valor territory. Guys, let me get a quick drink and I will be right back with you. I will add a few more points about the Breguet Type 20, and then we can move on to other discussions as well. Yeah, reminds me, Boston Collector says, of the restoration hardware furniture that had the aviation vibe. It's a very nice piece. Um, By the way, Boston, since we were reminiscing uh, about our friend, I don't know if you have ever seen the presentation box for the Mariner. Um, let me see. I think there must be some they're selling on Chrono 24. Oh, by the way, before I skip away, did we pass by any? Did we pass by any of the steel bracelets for this? No, not really. So you know what to look for if you ever go on market for it, Boston. Um, let's see. They should. I've seen them selling Breguet marine boxes before. I'm sure we will come across one in a second. Maybe on eBay. Because I swear I just saw it recently. Okay, marine box. Ah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, so Breguet doesn't really spare any fireworks because this is the marine presentation box and it kind of looks like a luxury yacht. You know, you see these handles and the complete deck there. This is where the watch slots in, and this is where you have the key. Yeah, I like the fact that they kind of go all the way with it. And yes, thank you, Boston. I know you are a few hours ahead of us already, so thank you for staying with us. Thank you for being with us. And I'll be right back, guys. Just taking a short break for some refreshments. All right. Uh, thank you for being patient, guys. So, one of the quirks of the modern Type 20 is this 15-minute totalizer, right? Because This used to be 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. And there was actually a function. The 15-minute totalizer was a function of the Type 20 specifications provided by the air forces of the French Navy to the watchmakers, to the suppliers, because that 15-minute time was what was required to prepare planes for takeoff at the time. So that was a very handy way of just starting the chronograph, and in one round, one sweep of that minute totalizer, you would have to basically finish everything that you need to do to prepare that particular airplane for the launch. And they have simply left that design as distinct as it was on the visual layout of the modern Type 20 as well. It is now counting 30 minutes. I guess if they really wanted to do it, they could have modified the Lemania 1350, the Breguet caliber 582, to count 15 minutes instead of 30, but that's how the movement came, and they left it like that. Some people say it's a drawback, but I actually quite like the way it sweeps through the 30 minutes. And you just have to account for the fact, since it's a 30-minute totalizer on basically 15-minute indicator, you have to account for the fact that each grade is actually 2 minutes, 2, 4, 6, and so on, right? 12, 18, 24, and a full half hour. Of course, as you see, to account for the domed crystal, the minute hour is designed as with a little curve at the end, and so is the seconds hand. I always adored the fusile indicator for the minutes. I think that's a very nice touch. And it is something that's missing from most of the modern interpretations of the Type 20 by others. And now in a complete Type 20 kick, guys, you know how I end up studying the model as thoroughly as I can. And I have actually found a few historic examples. So I want to share a picture of one with you. And this may be something that I would try to eventually get. Oh, wow. I had my eye on one and I think it's already sold. Well, it happens. It happens. It was out of my price range for now. Oh, no, it is still there. But yeah, basically, what I have in mind is something like this. Hey, Dirk, feel free to jump on. The link is pinned, but I'm happy to share it again with you if you can't find it, if you would like to join, of course. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. You know, again, the big eye, lovely big crown, 12-hour rotating bezel. Again, it has the baton hands. You can't always have everything that you want. But I do love the second hand on these. Very nice vintage feel. And it is actually by the watchmaker that was contracted by Breguet at the time to produce these watches for them. And Maté Tissot is actually not related in any way to Tissot. It's its own thing. It's just a name resemblance, basically. But anyway, so there are many different examples of the Type 20 from the historic suppliers, be it Breguet, be it Oricoste, be it Arin, be it Maté Tissot, and there are a few others that participated in it. And they actually present very good deals for those who chase after vintage watches. Anything branded Breguet, I think, go for very unrealistic numbers. So I'm not sure if it would be in most people's ballpark. But when it comes to some of the other historic makers, Type 20, Arabic numeral 20, is quite an interesting chase, you know, if you're looking for something vintage. But Type 20, the Roman numeral 20, is quite affordable. You can get it for under 5K, as I did for 4K. You know, I got it on a full bracelet. I had to chase after the box. It didn't come with papers, but I didn't have to pay a lot for the box either. I got it for 300, and I think it was completely worth the chase. And Big George says, "Congrats, thank you, man, thank you." And yeah, you know, you are the kind of enthusiast who would love to Type 20, so I'm not surprised at all, Big George. Good to see you, says, "I really like your pickup. Did you see other examples in similar price range while searching you'd be able to share?" I'm more than happy to do that. Good to see you. I will, since you ask now, I will show, but this gives me actually a great idea because I do these kinds of videos, by the way. Good to see you. I will share a link with the audience and with you, for example, that I did on some of the Vacheron Constantin chronographs from around the year 2000. Those have incredible, yeah, those are incredible deals. Again, relatively speaking, you still have to pay a rather hefty sum to get a hand wound Vacheron Constantin chronograph that shares into that Lemania CH27 caliber heritage. Nevertheless, that's a genre of video that I actually do for this channel quite often. So I will share the link of that and will actually make a video for the Type 20 as well in the same way. But since you asked so nicely today, I will share as we speak on Chrono 24 some of the deals that I came across. So and one just sold actually. The guy had a beautiful set from right around 2000 that had the box and and the the deployant buckle, not the full bracelet, but it was like 42 or 4300, and it was box papers and the watch in beautiful condition. Looked like it was barely worn. And I only didn't take it because it didn't have the bracelet. This is the video I did on the earlier iterations of the Vacheron Constantin Malt chrono and perpetual chronograph. And now for good to see you, I will tune into Chrono 24 and see if I have anything saved immediately. If not, we will just go through some of the ones that I have maybe still highlighted in some other way. I don't have any that are saved, but I'll find pretty easily a couple for you that are in good condition. So let's dive right in, share screen. So just to keep in mind, the reference that I have is 3800. There's also a reference of type 20, 3820, which is Transatlantique, and it has the date at 6 o'clock. Just so you know, right? That's the main difference of it. The dial itself is a little different, right? The numbers are non-serif. The bracelet is a little different. So if this comes with the steel bracelet, the center links are brushed rather than polished, and so is the bezel. Whereas Type 20 Aeronaval is all in polish, right? I don't know why they made it like that. And the Type 20 Aeronaval has the Arabic numerals in serif rather than sans serif as they are here. So this is the Transatlantique. Great deal if you do want the date function. I love the fact that Type 20 is in that uninterrupted design. This is in decent condition, honest condition, I should say. Good price, accepts offers, could be an option if you do look for the date function. Skip over this because this is the ladies version. It's 33 millimeters, too small. I remember this one was quite banged up, so I would shy away from that. Let's look at this one. Right, this seems to be. Oh, this is a nice one. If you don't mind getting a naked version of it, this is an early example that has very nicely and evenly aged, all tritium on the dial, which should have expired, of course, but looks just beautiful if you ask me. But I'm a vintage watch guy, so I don't know what you think of that. And you see that the crown is gold capped, which also means that the water resistance is 200 meters rather than 100. I don't know what that's about. Honestly, I don't know what really makes the difference. That would reduce in later generations the water resistance to 10 atmos rather than 20, so 100 meters rather than 200. But that's that. This is again a decent deal. I think you can find better. But just as an educational little trip, this is another example, probably from a slightly later era. Things look again very evenly aged. This looks like it's in a slightly better condition than the one we have just seen. Looks very clean, quite beautiful. right around the same price. Again, comes naked. I think no box, no papers. Yeah, this is again a good example. I would want to, yeah, this one for example. Okay. Right. So this is the Transatlantique. It's a good example because look, this is brushed. Again, the bracelet in the middle, it's brushed and here it's polished, right? It's not very clean, so it's not shining much, but I actually like this dulled out look. But this is how the watch more or less looks as a full set um, in in its more modern iteration. But this is the Transatlantique again. This is the date version uh, and not mine. This, let me see. Okay, this has, this is Transatlantique as well. God damn, we're not going to find one that's on the full bracelet. Okay, this is on the full bracelet, finally. So you see, this is how it's supposed to like on a full bracelet. Good to see you. And this is also in full tritium. I think it looks beautiful. It is. And it comes with papers, which is what matters most, right? No original box. Boxes are dime a dozen usually. You know, they're not impossible to find. Let me put it that way. If you care, the the papers is really what matters. I don't actually care, so I was fine with not having the papers, and I immediately could find a box that went with it for just a few $100. So I do love them on the leather band, but hey, while you're at it, if you're in the market for one, good to see you, or anyone else. Try to get one on the steel bracelet. And this is the kind of watch, again, be patient. I think, look, this one is priced more than 6,000, more than 250 in shipping. So it's like 65. It's too much. And especially in the current market, guys, be a little patient. You will easily find one by the end of the year that's in almost perfect condition with papers, with box, right around 5K or less for sure. So just be patient. Don't rush. This is the kind of purchase that you don't want to rush. You can always find better deals. All you need to do is to do this Breguet Type 20, search here. You have in Chrono 24 a save search option. I'm sure I don't have to teach anyone how to do something similar with keywords on eBay. So save this search like this, Breguet Type 20. Save the search like this, even though this is not how the commercial production model is marketed. But hey, some people might type it that way, and you don't want to miss out on a great deal because you were being simply pedantic. And yeah, you'll find a great deal before you know it. I can assure you, with enough patience, um, before the end of the year or in the first few months of next year, you'll be able to find one that's exactly to your liking, that's exactly in the condition that you should expect it, and try to get it as a full set. You know, if you can get the papers, that's great. Again, I usually don't care about the box, but this is such a unique presentation. I just I couldn't resist it. Um, the one, oh, my guest of honor for today. Buenos
Compañero,
días.
buenos días,
¿Qué tal?
buenos días. ¿Qué tal? I am
Professor, how are you?
very good. I'm listening to my favorite music. O partigiano.
Okay. All right. I didn't know you were a leftist, a professor, but we can still be friends.
Well, with Breguet, you cannot be a leftist.
I can be a champagne socialist with Breguet, right?
Champagne socialist is the entire French population. That's why
The
they like Breguet.
the natural evolution of the champagne socialist, I think, actually is Emmanuel Macron, and he seems a pretty interesting type to begin with. I think his choices over the years would make a great, very interesting case study, I have to say.
Yes, having worked for a bank and none other than Rothschild. I mean, what kind of a socialist are you?
Having having married your teacher, who is like 2 decades your senior, I think is the more interesting story there. But hey,
You know, often enough, I'm thinking, I'm looking and saying, how can I possibly marry my students? You know, but
you wouldn't. I mean, you can't because you're already married to begin with, right?
yes, yes, of course. But you know, at certain times, you end up thinking of marrying everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you have beautiful creatures, human beings in front of you, I mean, notionally, theoretically, you marry all of them. Then you fall down on the idea of, okay, if I marry somebody 25 younger than me, um, I'll be the granddad. And if you make the
I mean,
mistake of having kids, you're taking around the grandkids.
you're right. By the way, it's Brigitte Macron is 25 years senior of Emmanuel. So that's what I just figured because I had to double check behind the scenes there. It's an interesting couple. Interesting couple.
Yes, I think that's another theoretical couple. I mean, initially you marry the idea, but then you end up marrying the wiggly cake.
What was that?
Well, from our encounter, your encounter with Toshiro Mifune, our friend. I think you called him James. I call him Toshiro
Alex,
Mifune, our Japanese.
Alex,
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 Alexandros. Yes, yes.
Alexander. So our friend in Japan, in Japan, and I think
he's,
also in Taiwan.
he's professor. He's Korean, and he might be
He's
offended
Korean.
because you
Oh,
keep
okay.
calling
I'm
him
sorry.
Japanese.
Okay, Korean. So let's go back to Hyundai land. So our friend in Korea, they do make in Korea these wiggly cakes. You know, these cakes that you kind of shake them and they shake really too much. You know, at the time when a woman ages, she becomes like the cake, wiggly cake.
Mm. I mean, look, I'm when you said you know how it shakes. I'm an ass man, so you got me a little excited. So I stopped thinking for a minute, but coming back to it, yeah, I mean, we all age. You know, we all
Oh, of
have
course. Come
bodies.
on.
It's not, you know, I age like the avocado on the counter, so I can't really be too choosy,
Oh,
honestly. So
definitely.
I
And
have to say
my gray cells are aging faster than I can think.
that's a very good way to put it. And you know, a lot of times, this is our best resource, and that's the one that we need to keep working, and you know, the wheels turning. Um, the rest is, yeah, the brain. I mean, especially for someone like you know, your brain is probably the most important asset, and it will outlast your body because you have something that you will leave behind in the form of your research and everything else. So it's
I think it's the legacy, and I think the students you have, who some of them will continue, as you said, your legacy. Your writings will probably end up being outdated because the shelf
Mhm.
life of, unfortunately, of something nowadays is that of a goldfish, and
Mm,
people have no patience. But it's the legacy of the students, and out of them, maybe you end up with a handful who will continue your legacy, um, and that's it basically. And then you know you continue with the next generation, and hopefully they'll become better than yourself. Well, my professor passed in 2018. He was a wonderful person, very tough man, and he had a difficult personal life. I think he remarried 3 times. He ended up being an alcoholic. He was an alcoholic during my days when I was his student.
mm,
Um, and probably because of his loneliness. I think very often people do get lonely and they start drinking. Um, but he was a
right,
very talented
right.
person, and he produced fantastic pieces of work. But anyway, we live to remember. So enough with the commiserations. Let's congratulate you on this wonderful piece you acquired.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very very excited about this watch. I think like I loved it the first few days when I wore it on the steel band, but it was a little too flashy, um a little too blingy, too shiny for me. So since I put this leather strap on it, it feels just beautiful, and especially because this is the hybrid strap, you know, with rubber on the inside, um like this.
Mm.
So it feels really nicely you know, in these hot dog days of summer, as they say.
So I have to congratulate you because I don't know, have you shared the price you bought the
I
watch?
did.
You
I
did.
did. Yeah.
Okay. So this is a bargain, Lord. And I think as I asked the audience yesterday about the Tudor, if I was in the middle of deciding between a Tudor and a Breguet, this particular Breguet, I would definitely buy your watch and not buy the Tudor. I mean, your Tudor is a value for money watch, very nice, trendy. Breguet is a Rolls Royce, older Rolls Royce. It's an older one, not a new one, but it's a
Yeah.
Rolls Royce. I mean, how can you go wrong? And it is a beautiful piece because my brotherly friend, I have a friend who is like my missing brother, and I hope he will watch what we say. I will refer to him as JDS. He has a similar watch, beautiful. The only difference is that he has a date, and he has this strap, which is I think it's the calfskin, but the lighter one, and it has aged beautifully over the years. Um, and now, with the trends in life and Rolex this, Rolex that, we kind of both wonder, what are we doing with our watches? And I think you and him are wearing a fantastic piece of history. And for the money, you're buying a huge bargain. I mean, if anybody is listening to us, they will, over the time, they should go and get these watches. I mean, the 20, the 21, the 22, not so much. It's like a saucepan. Breguet decided to be like a panerai and fry eggs on a watch. I think it's too ugly and it's unrepresentative of Breguet and their watchmaking, the elegance of their watches from the 50s, which is when this watch kind of dates, all the way to the early 2000s when they stopped producing this particular model. It's a fantastic piece of history.
I mean, the only defense that I can give of the Type 22 is the function that goes with it. I'm not going to defend it too strongly, but it is a split-second chronograph, so it's that's the only defense for it. Did it have to be that big while they were introducing that function? Probably not. But yeah, I completely agree. I think the Type 21 is a great watch too. I do prefer the Type 20 pure and simple, the Aéronaval, the one without the date, but Type 20 Transatlantique 2 with just additional date function, that's a great piece. But yeah, the Type 22 has again a flyback chronograph. It also has a high beat movement. And yeah, it's just a different functionality, but it is too big. It's 44 millimeters or something. You're
Yeah,
absolutely right.
I have worn it, and it's thick as well. So it's not
Mhm.
just 44, but it's thick. It's like 17 millimeters thick, and
Yeah.
it's like wearing a deep sea. Just go crazy.
And probably from your friend, you already know that even the standard Type 20, the flyback without dates, that it's a pretty thick watch. It's like
It is.
almost 14 and a change. So it sits well on the wrist, but it is with that domed sapphire crystal. It is a thick watch. So any thicker than that would be going
Well,
wrong.
it is close to the Sea Dweller 43.
That's true in terms of thickness.
Yeah, you're getting there. So it's not something you tuck under the shirt and you disappear. It is it's a watch that presents itself, and so it should be because it is a unique piece. Yours, what is the date? Do you know the date of your manufacture?
Yes, 2001.
Ah, okay.
Um,
What are you eating now, by the way? Are you eating what are you eating? Tell
ice
us.
cream, actually.
Ice cream. Okay,
I'm yeah.
I thought you're eating peanut butter.
I do that as well. I'm vegan, so I need to get my
Yeah.
protein somehow into the system, and that's how I do it. Um, I was actually gonna show the people. So what I did was, after I got the watch, I took a few nice pictures, including the case back, which has the reference number. And when you go to the Breguet website, you click the service, and then you click um, Breguet Records, I think. No, that's not it. Service. No, you just click Contact Us.
Mm.
You click Product Inquiry. You write your message in here. You write your title, name, etc. You also get to, I think this was it. No, maybe it was authentication inquiry. Yes, authentication inquiry. Okay. All right. From the beginning, you click Contact Us. You click authentication inquiry. You supply as much information as you can, as they're asking here, from the dimensions to the signature on the dial, if there's a number on the dial, case metal, etc. You can attach pictures here, and you craft your message right here. And since you are addressing it to that august archivist lodged there, ensconced in Place Vendôme, you have to write in the most beautiful, eloquent form possible. I mean, I'm only kidding, but yeah, you craft a nice message there, and they get back to you in a matter of 3 to 5 business days, basically, and actually tell you this is when it was manufactured, this is when and where it was first sold. So mine is 2001 and sold 2001 from a Swatch Group boutique in Hong Kong. Yeah.
To a Chinese guy.
Possibly. Who knows? Hong Kong, I mean, Hong Kong is an interesting market for watches. So it could be.
Yes, a lot of gray dealers.
Yep.
Gray dealers who wear dark glasses.
Well, actually, they're mostly authorized dealers moonlighting as gray dealers, I think, in Hong Kong. But yeah, maybe.
Yes, also that. I also think that, yes. Hey, we should take a poll. Should people like to hold my dark glasses when I appear, or shall I put my visual glasses, my normal glasses? If the dark weather continues here, I will feel like I'm in some kind of a astronomy class.
I'll put in that now.
Since we have decided on the watch, which is a Black Bay of yesterday's poll, which now you have discounted because you woke me up to the beauty of the Breguet.
Okay.
So we are backtracking now. We're going away from Tudor. We're going to Breguet.
Let me see.
By the way, are the comments active or people are sleeping?
I think people are sleeping for the most part.
Okay, they have to wake up.
And it's not. I'm glad you are basically my bear now. So you're gonna play the bad cop in this show. You see, you woke up the troll.
I woke up the troll. Okay, excellent. I think we have.
Norway is here, Mr. Foss. Hey, man, lovely to see you. An early riser, always in Norway.
Norway, our lovely friend. Hello, Mr. Foss. Excellent.
So, should the professor keep his shades on?
Yeah, I don't know. I look like a mafia guy.
I mean, that can be a good thing.
Tony Soprano.
Especially if you're gonna aggress my audience, I think you should look as tough as possible.
No. So our friend, yes, I think Breguet. So your watch was produced during the Swatch, the Hayek days. Okay.
Right after they took over, basically, which is right around the millennium, I think.
Yes.
Right, 2000, the new millennium, I should say.
And it has a Lemania, which is owned by Swatch anyway, so it is kind of an in-house movement. It is.
Yes, actually, you might know this. Sometimes people get it confused, but Lemania was actually already incorporated into Breguet before Swatch Group bought it. Investcorp basically acquired Lemania as well and moved Breguet to their manufacturer. And then Swatch Group acquired both. It's a good deal for them. It was a good deal for them. Alex defended this, and he was turning the question around to me. But what do you think? Don't you think there's a lot of overlap between Breguet and Blancpain within the Swatch Group portfolio? Do you think that two houses of that caliber should be integrated into the same conglomerate? Alex was saying, hey, Richemont has Alain Gonzone and Vacheron Constantin and Jaeger-LeCoultre, which is also a tough situation. I mean, don't you think there is some conflict of interest there in a way?
They're not running a bank, right?
Okay.
It's not a massively produced. It's a luxury good. So, regulators don't care. So ideally, is there a conflict of interest? Of course there is. But we're talking about two groups that are very collusive. At the end of the day, they're very collusive.
What about from the perspective of watch nerds like us, for people who care about the heritage of these brands? Don't you think it takes away something from
Yes,
the
it
way
does.
that these brands can operate, from the way they can continue on their own heritage?
I think it does, but remember, these are businesses that have to make up for sales at the end of the year. And being part of a larger group helps them adjust to the realities of that business environment. And there are certain vertical integrations that take place. There is a marketing campaign that helps them. And that creates a sense of size. So, you see it in many other businesses where they do conglomerate and they do create this kind of economies of scale.
Are you catching me eating again, Professor?
No, it's okay. Well, I think you should do it on camera. People like others do it. They fry eggs, they cook them, they go in the kitchen.
Do you think it will humanize me a little bit, since I'm apparently weird if I eat on camera?
No, I mean, I think that everybody does it. So I drink my coffee, you eat your ice cream. Why not?
Why not?
You're just being polite.
I try my best. Did you see this particular example? It actually sold by Christie's. It's number 2 of a limited edition of 90, since we did a little bit of a Type 20 episode today. It's in platinum, as your friend likes to say.
This is in platinum.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite metal. Platinum.
It has that beautiful salmon dial.
This is a production back in 2003, 4, 5, I think.
Right? Yeah, it's from a while ago. Only 90 pieces produced.
Yes.
It has that exhibition case back,
which is the only downside to the 20, which doesn't have an exhibition, which the 22 has and the 21 has.
And only some limited editions, like the one I showed earlier, for example, 3807, which was a Japanese limited edition with a glossy blue dial.
That's the one I really love, the blue one. Lord, the blue one is a fantastic piece. This one, of course, you know, today, who was it? Is it Blackman who produced recently one like this?
Hmm.
They copied Breguet. They're just 22 years late.
Yeah, and this one sold for 27.5 last December.
Well, if you can think of I mean, compare this one with all the other brands in precious metals, and the price point is so fair. It's unbelievable. Yeah, this is a beautiful one. Yeah, this blue is just magnificent.
Did you see that I actually sourced um, from a friend in Switzerland a blue dial, if I ever fancy it one day, or the same dial?
Really? You did?
Yeah, look, because I was asking him to
No, you
see.
have a dial in blue.
Yeah,
How did you get that?
I have some. I have some friends in Switzerland. Maybe not as many as you do, Professor, but I have some sources.
Oh, very nice.
Um, yeah, they might not be in the highest places, but I have my ways.
So because the blue one, this is in white gold, right?
No, this is a steel special edition. Actually, they come on the market once every so often. They're a little more expensive than the regular ones, but um, there was a platinum one as well with the blue dial. But I think that was the date version. That was the
It was at the
Transatlantique, if
date.
I'm not mistaken.
Do
This
do they
one,
pro so now they produce a blue one from time to time?
actually, nowadays they don't have a Type 20 in the catalog,
No,
Professor.
no, the Type 20, no, but do they produce a blue one? Yes. The 20 has been seized back
Mhm.
in 2010, I think.
2018, actually, but
Oh, 18. Okay.
and 2020 for the Transatlantique, for the date edition. So it's pretty recent, the discontinuation. But so this was a 3807, as they called it, a limited edition for the Japanese market. I think about 2,000 pieces. So it's not that expensive, but I've seen them priced anywhere from 6,000, 7,500, 10,000. Depends on the condition, depends on the seller. There was also a platinum Type 20 with the blue dial. I think there was a pink gold one with the blue dial as well. But let's see. We can. Yeah, so there was something like this, executed in full platinum. Not a great picture. Um, Maybe this is a better one. No, it still isn't. Let me find another page, because that particular dealer has a tendency to just pull from other stock photos. Oh, this is just, yeah, this is not it. Okay, this I think is white gold. Okay, so white gold has a blue dial version as well
That's
with
right.
the
Yeah.
date,
That's a white gold. Yeah. Hmm.
which also looks very beautiful and precious.
Very nice. Very nice.
I like the subtlety of white metal, and that blue dial is just a beautiful contrast to it. And then I have seen it in pink
How
gold.
much does this go for, Lord?
This one apparently just sold quite recently by in Eichen, Zurich, which is like a smaller auction house, relatively speaking, for 12,000 Swiss francs.
Bargain.
I mean, for a watch like this, again, it's not
It's a bargain.
it's not a bad deal. And this is the pink gold version with, oh my god, with the full bracelet. It looks incredible. What a flashy watch, though. But anyway,
Yeah,
look at
these they produced for a very limited period. Very few, I think, 100 and something. And they had the precious metal in this rose gold. This is rose gold, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they had another one in yellow gold. They produced two versions back in early 2000s. Yeah. It's
My
a
god.
bargain. You know, if you compare this watch with Daytona, it's a night and day. It's a night and day. Regardless of what we think, you know, Rolex is great and all that, and Daytona fantastic, but you know,
My
this has
god.
a
Look at this. I mean, it's wow. I don't know what to say. It looks amazing. I have never seen the pink gold version on its full bracelet, so it's quite a sight. I mean, I guess I would still want to wear it on a leather strap 90% of the time, but
I think you should, yeah, leather strap is preferred for this watch. I don't know. I think it has to do with the heftiness of the watch in terms of not circumference, but the width.
I think,
It is a
Professor, I do agree. Like it has something to do with the dimensions, and um it does help that um it does help make it sit nicer on the wrist, but I think it has something to do with the provenance of the watch, with the heritage of the watch, since it's supposed to be a pilot's watch, a pilot's chronograph. It just feels right that it would be on like a calfskin strap. Um, I mean, already, of course, in pink gold, you are going a little off the beaten path. That makes it quite a luxury watch rather than a tool watch. But still, I think it just feels right to put it on a leather strap. But this just looks gorgeous.
I think the blue for the Type 20 is a beautiful color and a unique blue. It's like the Submariner blue, but
Mhm.
it's a Submariner. I mean, here Breguet is, I would say, the most underappreciated watch in the line of the top brands. I don't know how it has escaped all the gray marketeers and nonsense people who think they know about watches, but this is Breguet is, you know, a top brand, regardless of what they're doing today. It has the history. I mean, every Rolex has a Breguet overcoil, right? I mean, without it, you wouldn't have a successful um, manufacturer for all of the calibers for Rolex.
I have also, so the yellow gold version is here. I think maybe that's the Transatlantique, the one that had the date. Do you
Mm.
think that how they produced it in at that time? I don't know, but it just feels right as well. And this, yeah, black and gold, black and yellow gold also is always a great look.
Very
I have
nice.
I've also found a few while I was searching. like this white gold with a white dial. Silver, I should say. I don't know why I said white. This is, it's not that great. White gold with a glossy black dial in the Transatlantique version. I think this looks a little better. And then I also found, look, I mean, this is the rose gold with the white dial and the dates.
Beautiful.
And it comes, I think, if it comes with its original buckle, that can be, yeah, it does. And you see the price?
Yeah, that's the price of a Submariner.
If you can get it at retail, right?
Yeah, if you buy the garbage first, and then you are in the good books of the AD, you'll end up they will end up bestowing you with a sub. So you can lead on with your life of pretension that you're somebody important. And we're all somebody important. So I think you cannot go wrong with a Breguet. Plus, I mean, a Breguet is only for those who know about watches, right? I mean, the watch dealers and all these useless people who pretend they know much about watches, they will continue wearing whatever they wear.
I did tell you behind the scenes yesterday that when I was on West Side meeting with Racing R yesterday earlier, I actually made a quick stop in Beverly Hills because I had heard that Cherry Creek Watch Company, that is actually based in Denver, opened a little store in Beverly Hills. So I stepped in. That's another Alex, Mr. Grimberg. He greeted me. He was there this time. Last time I had met his wife, and he sees that I'm wearing the Type 20. The world stopped for him. He started pulling trays and trays of every single significant vintage watch he had. And again, he knows the vicissitudes of the watch market today, so he also has some hype pieces, like a Royal Oak in 41 millimeter, and some skeletonized Girard-Perregaux and stuff like that. But all that aside, his passion is in vintage, right? So just because I was wearing a Type 20, and because he was actually a watch guy, right, which is something quite rare among gray market dealers today, that with all due respect, they're just businessmen, or the less dignified term would be they're flippers. They don't really care about watches. In a lot of cases, they don't really know about watches. But here was a guy who was enthusiastic, who was actually passionate, and who knew a great deal about watches. Right towards the end, for example, we were talking about Team Lotus and Jim Clark specifically, and his Navitimer, reference 806 with the twin jets on the dial. And he told me, I don't really have any of those Navitimers in stock, but since you said Jim Clark, so he goes and brings me an Anycar Sherpa graph, which was basically what he upgraded from. He had an Anycar right before he acquired his Breitling. and that was what he used to wear to race before the Navi timer. So, it was really a distinct pleasure to talk first of all with, pardon me, with a watch dealer who actually cared about watches, who knew about watches. But I was just very much flattered because I received this first class treatment just because I was wearing a Type 20. It was fascinating to me, but it really shows you, that it's the kind of watch uh, that creates incites a lot of emotions in people who care about watches, about heritage brands, about iconic pieces, and certainly Type 20 is one of those pieces. I'll share also, since I just talked about it, maybe people will watch it at some other point. I did make a little video about Jim Clark and his reference 806 Breitling Navi timer, especially from the perspective of um, how you can wear your iconic chronograph on a leather strap as a dress watch on certain occasions.
And also the Type 20, they produced it in smaller versions
Mhm.
than the 39. They had a women's version at some point. I forgot about it. That I think a 33.5 or 34 millimeter version.
I think it's 33. Let me pull it up. We just actually were scrolling through some deals on Chrono 24, and there's one listed there. Um, Very unique piece. You don't really see these sorts of. Uh, well, I mean, Tudor had like junior submariners, so to speak, right? They had mini subs in the past, but it's rare that these iconic watches are produced in smaller sizes. Um, there it is. It's the 4820 ST. I'll pull it up. Um, and it's a 33 millimeter version of the Type 20 with the dates.
Hmm.
I mean, I guess you can think of it as a lady size, but if you get it at a right deal, it could be a nice father and son thing, I would say, right? Um, One wearing the bigger size, one the smaller size. I think it could be an interesting project. But yeah, this is already priced more than what I paid for mine. So not sure if it's an attractive deal, but
Well, if
there,
people wait, they will correct further. So
yes, correct, right? Nothing to see here, Professor. No crash, just minor corrections.
yeah, yeah, just minor correction. It's just and now they're stabilizing. I heard another watch dealer who has a YouTube saying now watches are stabilizing. They're stabilizing, and of course, they could be stabilizing, but it all depends on asset prices. But they're stabilizing. You know,
Hmm.
I don't know how they're stabilizing. If I don't know, again, asset prices because of the last few days, markets have recovered. This could give a false impression, and crypto has been doing okay. Bitcoin has recovered from below $20,000 to $23,000 per Bitcoin. People are under the false impression that, okay, things are going back to normal. And, what we call in market lingo, this could be a dead cat bounce. The cat has died, but it's bouncing. So we think that it's bouncing because it's alive. But we're still waiting to see quite a hefty encounter with the real economy facts, right? So, I wouldn't advise people to believe that things are kind of stabilizing and everything is going to be fine. Again, it's not a doomsday scenario, but we just don't know. And there is so much trouble happening that for us to call for a recovery, it will be uncalled for at this point.
Yeah. I mean, look, the problem that I have with their particular approach to YouTube is it's just they have two personalities that they can't really separate. That they are desperate to compartmentalize in either case. One is the YouTuber, and one is the dealer. And when they make absurd statements like, the it's only a correction, and there's only a 20% drop in prices, and it's because they have themselves dropped 20% off the prices of whatever they had in stock. It's just the kind of collusion that's just so obnoxious and so in your face that you really have to believe that they are doing it intentionally and in an orchestrated way. And you can get away with certain things sometimes because you are doing it behind the scenes, because you are doing it away from the prying eyes of the public. And sometimes you get away with certain confidence games and tricks precisely because you're doing it right in front of the people, right? Because it can't be right. It can't be this open, it can't be this flagrant, it can't be this flippant, it can be this disrespectful of the audience's intellect, yet they do it on a day-to-day basis and they get away with it.
Yeah, because it's a small group of people with, some audience. People are people. I mean, they tend to be very naive and irrational. Everybody flocked the watch market a year, 2 years ago, 4 years ago, thinking that they will buy something and will keep on appreciating. And people jumped on that bandwagon, and now it's crashing and burning. So, of course, those who have a vested interest, including the gray marketeers, they will try and portray a picture of everything is fine. It's a correction, it's bound to happen, it's not a crash. It's gonna mean revert, but if it mean reverts, it means that it goes back to where you have a lot of watches. Datejusts in Rolex, I'm using it as an example, goes below retail price, suggested retail price, and all of these watches that people bought at a high, they'll keep on going down. Of course, they will recover, but the issue is, when do they recover? All stock markets recover. The Japanese stock market, when it collapsed in the late 1980s, it took 25 years to recover. It has recovered, but it took 25 years. So if you were 25 invested, you'll be 50 when you recover. And if you're at 50 or 60, you'll probably be dead by now. So yes, markets do recover. The issue is, when do they recover? And I think, because it is an unregulated regulated market, people talk nonsense and bullshit. What an individual has to do is just be aware of the dangers. People want to have visibility and recognition, so they put together a channel and they talk about watches. When, if you ask them, how long have you been doing this? They'll say, well, a year and a half ago, because I was fascinated with my Seiko, and then I migrated to a G-Shock, and now I'm wearing a Rolex. Good luck. These are just YouTubers who have nothing else to do, or are trying to do something, and they talk nonsense. You can do anything you want, but not to do a disservice to the people, right? And it has been infiltrated, this segment, with gray marketeers who appear innocent, and they're watch collectors. Um, and on top of it, they don't have a Breguet, but they have all the hard to get pieces watches. So they should wonder how come and they have the hard to get pieces. And then they have all this time to do super chats, to earn, money and all of that. I don't know. Anyway, the innocence has been taken out from the watch industry, and the ones to blame are also the watch manufacturers, I'm sorry to say.
Of course.
A lot of them have been involved, and it is great for Rolex to be selling its junk with its professional watches, because they were never able to successfully sell their precious metal watches at a hyped price. And that is good for them, because the more there is hype, the more there is demand for all of their lines. I mean, who would think that people would want to buy the Air King, which is garbage, you know? It's a
Uh,
garbage watch. And who would want to have an Oyster Perpetual, which is also the entry model garbage for Rolex? And then, the Tiffany Blue being promoted like it's God's gift to humanity. And at the end of the day, it's just a hobby, guys. We're not curing cancer or anything magnificent for humanity. We're just talking about watches. Let's be realistic of our contribution in society
absolutely.
in general. Anyway, I mean,
Absolutely.
I
I
think
totally
your
agree.
watch is a beautiful watch, Lord, and I think
Thank you.
you made a fantastic choice. And um,
Well, I mean, look, I think ultimately, it's a very different disposition. It's a very, very different approach toward watches, to look at them as investments. Beyond the stupidity of it that we have criticized and brought up many times, beyond the naivety of it, I should say, because stupidity can be uh, sometimes endearing, admittedly. I think it is such a different disposition to that of the collector, that I certainly believe it can't exist in the same person. Like, you can't be an investor slash businessman and a watch collector at the same time. I'm not saying businessman at large. Like, you can't have a business that is based on investing on wristwatches and be a collector at the same time, unless you are truly indulging in some severe mental compartmentalization. Because the only way you can actually potentially treat watches as investment is if you were buying them um, at significantly below the market rate, which was the case with Rolex, right? If you could get them at retail, you were basically getting free cash and flipping them immediately, right? If you're doing that, that's fine. That is, you are using them as some sort of investment. You are using them as a way of transacting, but that has absolutely nothing to do with collecting. That has nothing to do with passion for and knowledge of wristwatches. Like you can go around the world and acquire even vintage pieces and iconic pieces at fire sale rates and come back to your own country and sell them immediately if the market is trending well. And that is an investment too. You invest your time and expertise in collecting and curating pieces around the world, and then you go back and sell them. A lot of Italian uh, dealers and collectors operated in this way. They would come to the US for the shows. They would go all around the world for antique shows and flea markets and collect all the Rolexes they could and come back to Italy and sell them 2-3 times the price they bought for them. And that was that. um and I'm sure some of them had their own collections, and maybe some of them cried when they had to sell certain pieces because they would have rather kept them. But precisely, they had to put the business interest ahead of that passion of collecting. And that there we are talking about, like Mr. Grimberg, whom I had the pleasure to meet yesterday. You are talking in that case about a breed of watch dealers that are on the brink of, I think, extinction at this point, who actually care, who do know a great deal about watches, who are passionate about watches, but they have to kind of put a put a check to themselves to be able to sell certain pieces, because they can actually make money, because they have to feed their families, so on and so forth. um yeah, it just does, for me it just doesn't go together. Being an investor and collector of wristwatches, those are
But
diametrically opposed.
Lord, this recent kind of experiment we had, an experience in the watch business, is as a result of the frenziness in asset prices. Um, it is the cause. It is very much the end result. It is the end result of the
Mm,
high liquidity the world has experienced. And we went from appreciating our homes and appreciating the fixed assets of real estate, to the appreciation, the price appreciation in
mm,
equities and stocks, and then from there to crypto, and then from crypto to cars and handbags and luxury items and watches. And so people who were selling books and crisps and potatoes ended up entering the watch business thinking that they can make a quick buck. And I think that's where things started getting distorted. And YouTube facilitated this, and the internet and globalization in general, because connectivity helped that. Borders were not there, and it
mm.
helped the connectivity and frenziness because of the YouTubers and the influencers and social media. And I'm just repeating what everybody else says. Didn't help the hobbyists in the watch business, and people had to downgrade watch brands. They couldn't get the Rolex, so they went down a notch to Omega. They couldn't go from certain Omega, so they went to Tudor, and they couldn't go from Tudor. I mean, a $4,000 watch is a $4,000 watch, but Yeah, Rolex was not commanding such prices in the second market, and watch dealers, many, not too long ago, would make $700 to
So
$1,000.
two points. This says we are saving humanity. We can't even save ourselves. This, I don't think we are saving humanity. Of course, you are being sarcastic, I know, but we have to save ourselves first before we consider our species at large. And John Dondola says global arbitrage has declined with the advent of the internet and international shipping companies like FedEx and DHL. And I think the internet specifically, right? Of course, it matters that we have these parcel companies now, but the fact that there is almost immediate access to at least some, again, El Professor is very insistent on this. Like a lot of what we see in terms of pricing online is delusional, is speculative, is overvalued. I agree with that, but uh, with the internet, basically any random person, any average person can, with a quick Google search, have a general idea about the financial value of the wristwatch they're holding in their hands, right? That might be an exaggerated valuation, that might be even a delusional fantasy, but nevertheless, that arbitrage, like John said, has declined significantly because of the internet. Fats, thank you for upvoting. And please, yes, hit the like button. It really helps. And subscribe if you haven't. We're here with watch content every day. And if you want to contribute more, if you want to contribute in other ways, the information is in the crawling ticker. It is included in the video description, and I will post the links once again in the chat as well. Thank you for being here. And Fats, thank you for your support. John says gray market dealers in some way seem like the Korean economy in the 80s in subsidizing. I don't know how to read this.
Chaebol.
Chaebol,
Okay.
chaebol, and picking winners, like doubling down on Rolex steel sports watches for their profiteering. And the punters know each other. And thank you, Mr. Foss, for upvoting.
Well, let me say something about this because I know enough about the Korean economy. And Alex, if he's listening, he would appreciate this and maybe we can have his input. But well, the chaebols not only existed in the 80s, but before that, from the 60s onwards. So this is from the days of General Park in 1960 and henceforth. So the Koreans had very much of a state capitalist system, and it was very much collusive, but also very much directed towards producing certain goods that would get state subsidies, and at the same time, those subsidies would produce results in terms of exports and goods. So you didn't produce goods, you ended up in jail. You produced goods for the export market, you were favored, and they would subsidize you. So this is a very different situation than what we have today. There is no subsidy per se, so let's not confuse the two. And of course, the Korean chaebols, which includes Hyundai and Kia, are today global firms, which Samsung and everybody else, LG are benefiting. These are goods that have helped bring down the cost of many of these white good items. Uh, we're comparing watches, which is really a supreme luxury item, which humanity doesn't give a shit, right? Well, let's not compare, cars with watches. There is greater input in cars and white goods than, watches, which is just a luxury item, which is not important, by the way, has no contribution in humanity whatsoever. It's contributing to the Swiss economy and makes us poorer and probably makes us a little bit happier. Not necessarily, as academic studies show, consumption doesn't make people happy over the long term. So, let's not confuse the chaebols and what they have done for the global economy over time with the cow herders of Switzerland who ended up producing watches.
I think no, I agree. It's a very different segment of the market. It's a very different kind of good for sure. And I think mindless consumption, whatever it involves, even if it involves something that is actually integral and potentially useful in your life, cannot make anyone happy in and of itself. I think mindful consumption, something that involves,
I agree.
I agree. Conscientious research, something that involves some sort of real emotional investment and consideration, rational consideration, can make you a little happier than just mindlessly throwing your money away on impulsive
especially, Lord, if you're borrowing to satisfy this appetite,
And we don't have to think about very outrageous scenarios, right? Everyone has some plastic in their wallet. Everyone has credit cards. So you are always already borrowing. And I know a lot of people will say, "What? But I pay my credit card the minute I get home, my computer." Sure enough. I mean, it's not like I don't believe you, but right, we don't even have to think of mortgage and potentially personal loans and other rolling credit card debt. There's always something. There's always that.
40% of the American population do not have more than $400 of disposable income for an emergency. So that's, pretty paltry, I would say, pretty poor. Americans don't have a lot of money for an emergency.
Jubilee says, and I completely agree with this, once upon a time, I think putting time on the wrist was a huge advancement for humanity. I don't disagree with that one bit.
Of course. But we are also, because we are watch enthusiasts, but we are pragmatic, I think, in this. We are at a crossroads where watches for the new generation, the millennials and the ones coming up right after the millennials. I don't know what alphabet they're called now. The Z, the Y, the X.
Z, I think. Yeah, Generation
yeah,
Z.
These guys, I'm not sure they give a shit about watches. And if they come up with a lot of money and they wear Apple watches or no watch at all, the watch industry is completely screwed in Switzerland. They'll be selling peanuts to monkeys.
I think it's, in a way, people thought this was the moment where some of these millennials and post-millennials were getting invested in watches. But I think in the long run, it will actually have alienated more of those Generation Z and millennials than anything, because a lot of people went into the watch market thinking that they were watch investors and bought a lot of hype watches that were trending way above any reasonable market value, and now we are in a free fall, and they will resent wristwatches forever, like for the rest of their lives, because it made them lose God knows, tens of thousands of dollars of their hard-earned, well, maybe not hard-earned, but
Not hard
somehow
earned,
earned,
yeah, exactly,
somehow
earned.
earned, somehow earned cash. So,
I agree. I agree, and I think it's we are in a difficult situation because most of the watch dealers, gray market watch dealers, are not part of this generation. They are kind of two generations after them, 40s, 50s, and beyond.
mhm,
Um, and I think the 20-year-olds, with some exceptions, they're just very opportunistic about it. So they will not participate. It remains to be seen, however, how this is structured, because they do have a point, the young ones. Why should I be involved in what is this business of watch collecting and so forth? Um,
mhm. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, mm, it's just not gonna. This particular moment is not going to be remembered fondly by anyone who is connected to watches, and I think it's settled basically. Um, this most recent transition, I think, settled more or less the disappearance of the so-called affordable luxury watch. 35,000, sorry, 3,500 and under. I think we will have, like you said, we will have lost um, an entire generation of people who will at best be wearing an Apple Watch, Fitbit, Garmin, or whatever else, rather than you know buying anything like Tissot, Longines, Tag Heuer, or one of the emergent independent slash micro brands. Um, and of course, like JB says, we already had for some years now accurate date and time on our cell phones, even before the advent of the smartphone, honestly. So there's that. And ultimately, again, for anyone who did have a fledgling interest in luxury watches, if they were misled by some of these wolves on the internet streets, on the YouTube streets, um, they will end up resenting wristwatches forever. It's not a good look on the industry. I don't think a lot of these people are going to be coming back, guys, to the world of watches. It's not for a quick profit. Um, some people are genuinely participating in the destruction of an entire industry over long term, and this industry has survived the quartz crisis, so it should basically be able to face any apocalyptic scenario, but they might not be ready for what is to come. John says, so would you say gray market profiteers are similar to forex traders shifting fiat currency? Wealth seems created by these activities, which can then move into other productive economic activity.
right.
What do you say?
So, forex is not a productive activity, um, by any stretch of the imagination. Forex is just an opportunity trade based on the inequalities and inefficiencies, um, but it's not productive. It doesn't create jobs. It just makes certain traders wealthier and others less so. So it is not productive. I can say that. Um, Gray market is a gray market, meaning that I think our understanding of gray markets have changed over the last 2 to 3 years because of the profits that were made. And we thought that this is an investment class. Watches is an investment class, hence people participated because they were making, 50 to 100 to 200% returns. So that's why a lot of young people and older folk participated in the gray market of watches. Um, Now all of these people are exiting because either they have consignment which they haven't sold, or they see no opportunity. And so, the inefficiencies are no longer there. And these are reverting back to the mean prices. So those who were there before, like 10, 15, 20 years ago, the gray market, secondhand market, watch people who were sensible about profit will continue to be there. The quick people, the quick win people will disappear and move on to doing something else. And I think this is quite telling what I said a few days ago about the IT guy, right?
Hmm.
Telling me about the Batman. So if you guys remember the IT guy who came to me and said, I bought a Batman at this price, and I want to buy the next watch, which is, I forget what he said. So when an IT guy who has nothing to do with watches is telling you about a recommendation, this is similar to what John Rockefeller heard in 1929 before the crash from the shoe shine guy who was shining his shoes outside his office. And that's when he realized that when he's receiving a recommendation about a stock from the shoe shine guy, that's when John Rockefeller decided to sell his stocks. So when you hear an IT guy telling you about Batman and Batgirl and Rolex, that's when you know the market is crashing, regardless what these stupid speculators are telling you. Because remember, they have a vested interest to tell you that, guys, I'm doing a YouTube channel. Oh, I'm an honest broker. I'm selling watches. I'm telling you this. But I'm an aficionado. I love watches. Right there, there is a conflict of interest. You're selling watches and you have a YouTube channel, and you're telling people, I honestly sell watches. This is my job. But I'm also doing a YouTube channel and I'm telling people what they should be buying, right? And you ask your questions. There is a direct conflict of interest in capital markets. You cannot have a stockbroker doing research telling you I'm objective and I'm not suggesting this stock, but I'm also buying and selling stocks. But here's a piece of research and I'm telling you which stock to buy, right? So, unfortunately, this is happening today. And if you go with the simple principle that if everybody is telling you about the same watch, you should run away because that is a bubble and it is bursting, it has burst, and it will mean revert. It will go back to being another watch because there are economic realities of a recession slash depression. And if you don't think that it's a recession, look at your stock portfolios and wake up to the
So,
news because watches are
a
not
few,
separate
uh,
from assets.
of course. So, a few things from the chat earlier. Jake Brooks says, before cell phones, meet me at the park at 2:30 took a different level of awareness for sure. Yeah, I mean, there was a charm to dates and meetings and other encounters before the cell phone. Forget about the time of it, but the ability to just reach people, on the go. Jubilee says consumer interest will be the next crisis for the watch industry. Um, and then John Dondola says Jubilee earlier had a good point. The portability of timekeeping surely generated expanded production of goods, services, as it regulated the cadence of a workday, increasing efficient use of time. Speaking of John Dondola and his perceptive and analytical mind and his good choices, Eddie Fu says, do you like the Breguet Marine Big Date? I love it. And John actually has one in yellow gold that he shared with us earlier. It's been almost a week now, but let's see if I have the picture still. I will share it again because it's really a beautiful, beautiful watch. Um, There we go. This is John's
Beautiful.
Big Date
Beautiful watch.
Marine from the previous generation, which I think,
And I like his cufflinks and
right,
his shirt.
matching in metal too. It's he knows he knows a few things. He is
Very
a
nice.
man of
Beautiful.
good taste.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is
these
a
are fantastic.
5817 DA, if I'm not mistaken. Beautiful, beautiful piece. I think, compared to the new generation, this is more of a very classy dress watch vibe. The new one has a sportier look, a little more generously loomed, which some people came to genuinely despise. I like it, but the older generation is, in a way, much more elegant and dressy, and John certainly knows how to wear his, and I love it. Yeah, I think this is a model again that really shines in precious metal. I know some
Mm.
people are a huge fan of the steel version of this, on rubber especially, but this or the pink gold version with the black dial, um, wear it on leather and put it together like this. It's beautiful, it's dressy, it's elegant. Put it on the rubber band, rubber, and it's also something you can just wear with just about anything, and it's sporty enough that it can certainly pull off those sorts of occasions as well. So yeah, it's an absolute hit for me, Edifu. I like the new generation as well, but the big dates will remain a classic, and it's a great deal on the secondary market as well.
Lord, I wanted to ask you
Yes, sir.
from the chronographs of A. Lange and Zone, which one would you prefer? I want to take you to now a trip to one of my favorite brands.
To the
Um,
land of dreams, basically.
yes, it is now I will be dreaming with you and with some of our viewers, but it's okay. It's good to dream. This is a channel to dream also.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I think some of this conversation is, of course, sparked by the fact that I had a recent visit when
Yes,
Alango and
yes,
Zone was presenting their new
yes.
1815 Rattrapante, their standalone split-second chronograph. So it's quite stunning in the older honey gold version, which was even more limited. The platinum that just came out is 200 pieces. This used to be 150. I love this. I think the dial on this is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in my life, and I'm not restricting it to the world of watches. But I think ultimately it is the greatest of all times. If it's good enough for Michael Jordan, it's good enough for me. The datograph, and it's flyback too. So
Oh, the datograph.
yeah,
Hmm.
I think it just.
How much is this?
I think all things said and done, I think 120,000.
Uh-huh. Okay. Right.
Yeah,
I'll go with mhm.
you'll
Anything
go with.
cheaper than that,
I think they have
Lord?
something for 80,000, like
For
the
80,000. Mm.
1815
1815, yes,
chrono.
the 1815. Yeah. Yeah, I think
Not the
around 70, 75. I have seen it. Yeah.
and not
Yeah.
the split second version, of course, because that is, I think, even more expensive than than
Yes,
datograph, actually.
that's
But this is what we are talking about. Where is it? Right here.
that one. Yes, yes.
Um,
A very difficult one. Yeah.
what about you, Professor? Do you like the more complicated and
No, I
tectonic?
like this one. I like this one.
So you prefer
Yeah,
the
the simple.
plain, simple, classic.
Yeah.
I just like how outrageous the datograph is. It's just busy dial, even though it's a 2-register chrono, power indicator, big dates, platinum. Um,
It's a
it
magnificent
wears
watch.
quite well. It wears well for how thick it is, but yeah, this is more tolerable. I think this is like around 11 11 millimeters of case thickness and smaller as well, 39.5.
Hmm.
Whereas the datograph is 41 and 13 and a half. So it's larger than life, really, in many ways.
A beautiful, beautiful watch, but outside of my capacity.
Same. I think for this, you really have to summer on a South African farm to to be able to afford something like this.
Yeah. But you know, equally so, your Breguet is irreplaceable in many ways. You satisfy your inner search for a very beautiful watch by getting a Breguet.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, Alex and I were talking about this, and he was making fun of me for liking smaller watches. And I was just telling him, like, maybe I just have a smaller metaphysical void inside me that I need to feed. But joking aside, it's really a sickness in a way. I mean, it's I have 7 beautiful pieces, more than I could ever wish for. Period.
Oh, you have the whiskey beer,
Yes, the original,
the
the
original
vintage,
whiskey beer.
1982. Um, so I'll do a state of the collection video for next week, but I have the sub 5513. I have the root beer 16753. I have the date just 16014. I have the Coke GMT 16710. I have the Polar Explorer II 16570. I have the Jaeger-LeCoultre Reverso Grande Date. And I have the Breguet Type 20
Wow,
Iron.
you have quite of a collection there.
Right?
Wow,
It's respectable. It's
my
respectable.
God. No, very respectable. Of course, you are the vintage man with all of these watches. Clearly, you are the vintage man. And then we have our dear Aussie expat
Right.
who has all of these watches, but in a modern version.
That's right. And I think, that's in a way one of the reasons that we make a good odd couple as well. Because I think in a way we may have different ways of articulating it, but I think we have similar modus of operandi when it comes to how our mind works. And the decisions also end up being rather divergent. But like you said, there are some overlaps here and there. Like I have a Polar 5-digit, for example. He has the new one. You know, I have a no date sub. He has a date sub from the newer generation, from the 41 millimeter case era. So there are a few overlaps here and there, but in a way we are kind of negative images of each other. His collection is entirely modern and acquired quite quickly as well.
Yes.
Although he wears them to bits, and that's what I like about Ozzy. He does have that whole 10-piece box that he keeps by his side, right next to his little friends. But he also wears them quite often. Cycles through them pretty quickly. In the sense that, like, he wears one for 2 days and goes to the other one for another 3 days. Yeah, I've seen him over time. I've seen him wear all of them, and he wears the Seiko Alpinist to spite me whenever he's here on the show. So it's a good balance. So, by the way, I've seen an amazing meme for us Americans. It makes even more sense, and Joe Big Meech had a good comeback for it as well. Let's see if it's still there, because as you guys know, J-Lo just got married again.
J-Lo.
Jennifer Lopez.
Who would marry her?
Ben Affleck for the second time.
Ah, okay.
I mean, I would marry her in a heartbeat. I think Jennifer Lopez is exactly the cougar I have been waiting for my entire adult life.
With the makeup or without the makeup?
With everything, with her ass and assets. I want everything.
The assets, yes. The assets, yes. The ass, I don't know. The ass maybe is an asset. Yes.
Surely, it's rather well sculpted though, so I can't complain.
I think it is insured as well.
As it should be.
Yes. It's like a Lange and Zone, but in a fatter version.
It's wait, there are a lot of memes. I can't even keep track of it, but this is a great one for the NFL. All right, let me put it right in here. I think JB will appreciate this. It says rings since 1985. Jennifer Lopez 5, the Raiders 0. Guys, imagine in her next marriage, she will have tied Dallas Cowboys, America's team.
She married 5 times so far?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a decent...
the chances after you divorce once are greater to divorce again. Second time, if you divorce one, you have a 65% you will divorce in your second marriage.
Jennifer Lopez needs just one ring to tie Michael Jordan, and as I said, the Dallas Cowboys, and 2 rings to tie Tom Brady, and haters will
Mm,
still call Michael Jordan and Tom Brady GOATs, but not Jennifer Lopez. Jennifer Lopez is one of the greatest of all times, guys. Recognize, put some respect on
mm,
the name.
mm-hmm. Recognized to be wedded lady.
Oh,
As the
Cowboys only have 5, so she has already tied Cowboys then. Yeah. But I mean, look, what a franchise. J-Lo or the Cowboys? I root for J-Lo.
Well, excellent. Wow.
I mean, it's a special talent.
It's a special talent indeed. Yeah, you get the 5 times lady. Yeah, might as well go with a goat.
Jennifer Lopez just needs 2 more rings to tie Tom Brady. That's my favorite by far. The greatest of all time. And that was also the Infinity Ring version. Did you? You guys can already imagine it. This is amazing. Thanos. Steelers have 6, Cowboys only have 5. This and what Cholo are enjoying this. And Jennifer says Jennifer Low class is aiming for the GOAT title. We will see a return of A-Rod in 2 years. I think A-Rod is, people were clowning A-Rod for the longest time since they broke up, but I think A-Rod is better off, honestly. As much as I love J-Lo, A-Rod seems to be doing much better since they separated.
Hi, Lord, why do you love J-Lo? I mean, what does she have exactly? She cannot sing, she cannot act. I mean, you guys in America are just mythicizing over this fat lady.
She's not fat. Come on, it's that's just a lie. But obviously, it's I'm only half joking because yes, when
Yes,
I was growing up, J Lo was the shit. So I did.
yeah.
Uh, she was a crush when I was a teenager. Certainly.
Oh, okay.
Now I'm half joking, but of course, some of that always kind of you know
And I think the problem
carries
is not
over.
with her. I think the problem is not with her. It's with the other idiot who married her.
And Mr. Foss says you don't need to buy her a wedding dress. Yes, I mean she has preserved her physique. You're absolutely right, Mr. Foss. Um, and
Yeah, I
Jake
mean
Brooks says
they.
she can pick him dime piece. I mean, what a
It's
collection! What a collection! Speaking of collections, I think uh, she has possibly more um, more engagement rings as well, because I'm sure there were a few
mm,
marriages there that were not finalized. She was just engaged, but these are apparently the 5 um, the 5 rings. What a 5-piece collection.
what a nice role model she is
What a
for
what
the
a
young.
what a thoughtful 5-piece collection. Speaking of conscious
Yeah.
consumption earlier.
Yes.
John Don. Okay, GB Vol says liking J Lo's ass is an American thing.
Yes, I agree. I agree. This is an
No,
American thing.
no, his is a question. He's asking you.
Yes,
I
it
think
is
it's
an
a
American
universal.
thing.
It is. I mean, look, I'm biased because I'm an ass man, so that's my priority always. Um, the ass above all. Pause. That being said, yeah, I don't think it's a universal. We are a generation who grew up with J Lo and Shakira, um, and the hips don't lie, Professor. You have to face the music. The hips don't lie. you don't approve.
I mean, an ass is an ass. One is a flat, the other is bumpy one. But I mean, it's not mine, so I mean, it doesn't belong to me. So what do I
Uh,
do by looking at it?
well, I mean that is true, but yes, when it does, when at least the person says that it does belong to you, then it can be quite a joy. I like me some bumpy ones for sure.
Oh, okay.
John Dondola says after ditching her first two short guys, J-Lo moved into tall guys, 6'4" and up. JB says she had to go head to head versus Shakira in the halftime show. Worth the image lookup.
Oh,
Is it?
mm.
Is it, JB? Am I getting myself in trouble looking up that image? Let's see.
Shakira has been evading taxes for long. She was found guilty for evading taxes.
Yeah, by going head to head, I think JB was not talking about the head. JB was talking about something else. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Should go back again. I want to see those asses.
Too late. JB says A-Rod is a first-class stickman next to Jeter. By the way, I just went to my first baseball game ever a little while ago. Dodgers. Yeah, it was interesting. I didn't understand anything, JB. You have to teach me the game, but it looked like a lot of fun. I was drinking, so I don't know what actually went on, but let's continue. John Dundola says at this stage she's got a wizard sleeve going on, and Thomas Burnett, Mr. Burdett, the man behind the brand. She's from the block. El Profesor liking J Lo is not an American thing. Thank you for standing up for ass man all over the globe, Thomas Burnett. I knew you would come to the rescue. He is from the UK, after all. And JB says, Prof, spreading the love, be happy ever after. Mr. Foss, Lord and Cosmo Kramer have the same registration on the car as JLo was 50 there. That wasn't fair. That's true. And a nice little rhyme you got going on there, GB. I appreciate it. From luxury watches to asses. Man,
Yes,
we are man of the world.
we're the channel for everything from
we
watch to ass.
we yeah, I mean we all have small pleasures in life. The bigger the better, of course. But in this case, I'm not above objectifying the opposite sex. They're more than welcome to objectify me as well. I have a beautiful unibrow, as you know, which people obsess over. So I'm not above similar approaches myself. Thomas Burnett says, out of the Lange chronographs, what do you think about the triple split? You know
Back
that
to
one, right?
watches now. From asses to watches. Okay, let's go back to watches now. That's a very good question.
You know, again, it was funny because actually Lange made their double split first, and then they made a triple split chronograph. So they made one that splits seconds and minutes first, and then they made one that splits seconds, minutes, and hours. And then they made the Rattrapante, which was the standalone split second chronograph. But this is the triple.
You know, for such a complication, the die looks superb. It's not
Right?
cluttered. It's not, you know, It's a beautiful dial for the amount of complication on this watch.
That's right.
I find it very beautiful. Maybe okay, the dial color matches. I think this is platinum, so it matches the platinum. But and I love the blue indices, you know, for certain of the functions.
Mhm.
Yeah, the Lange is a beautiful watchmaker. Unfortunately, it I cannot afford it, but it's a beautiful one, and if somebody can purchase it, kudos and acknowledgement to them. You know, certainly for Patek to does Patek produce a triple um, split? I don't think so, right? Yeah, you
I don't
see
think.
the beauty. Yeah, they don't. They don't. And that's why Lange is far superior, in my opinion, to Patek. Despite what the world thinks about Patek Philippe, Philippe Patek, and all this shit about the brand, Lange is superior many times over Patek.
This is actually a white gold, professor, and it has
Ah,
that
it's
gray
white
dial.
gold.
That gray dial is apparently made of solid silver.
Yeah. So probably just the dial will take you a few months to produce, right?
Mm. And what I always appreciate also, and this is something I guess where they express the more classical heritage, they always have a pulsometer around the dial in the chapter ring rather than a tachymeter. So doctor's watch, quote unquote. And like you said, I love the fact that they made the split seconds, split minutes, and split hours with heat blued hands. The hour and minute hands are filled with luminous material, so there's some hints of sportiness there. But most certainly, like you said, Professor, they basically added only um, a 12-hour totalizer in the place of the big date, and otherwise aesthetically the watch is not that much different visually, let's say, from the datograph. Of course it is larger, of course it's thicker, because of the more complicated movement, but otherwise,
And
like you said, the dial is so beautifully executed.
and they've added two red points in the dial, right? One on the 12
Hmm.
and then the other one on the bottom end at the 6 o'clock.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think Lange has a kind of care and attention to detail that people mostly attribute to their movement finishing, and they're right? There's nothing wrong with that. But it is something that is reflected actually in every aspect of their design and build. And when you actually start, like El Professor did, to parse out all these little details, all these little design details on the dial, you can quickly realize that it's not just about finishing every single part of the caliber by hand, where you see the kind of work, mental and physical work, that goes into the making of these watches. It's literally everywhere. And honey gold ones, I think I agree. Those are my favorite usually. I do like platinum as well, and GB platinum is just part of our terminology by now, just like everyone says bezel rather than bezel in the Archiverse. Here we call that metal platinum. Um, this is the honey gold 1815 rattrapante. Thomas, the one that you really like. It is their proprietary alloy, so it's not just pink gold. And I'm not just saying to repeat the company line, JB, because really the way it looks in real life, here it's captured rather well, but it mostly in pictures and videos, it looks like a more pale version of yellow gold, but in real life, you know, in metal, so to speak, it looks like a cross between yellow and pink gold. So, and here you can see again those little details of design. First of all, black against gold, or rather gold against black for the dial is absolutely stunning. And those red accents at the quarters really make everything pop and somehow make for something that is a really balanced design. And look, the way they usually contract Glashütte in Sachsen is spelled out here, just again to bring some balance into the dial design, since you have this unique layout of 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock for a 2-register chronograph. Unique as in not singular, right? You know, this is not unseen, but of course, usually 2-register chronographs have 3/9 rather than 12/6. But I think this is just a very well thought out and executed dial design. JB says JLo is still top 10. Jake Brooks says, I used to play lacrosse. Okay. Lacrosse is another game I don't understand, but I have a lot of respect for it. When I came to the game, I played JLo, Jenny from the Block, loud. And Thomas is a big fan of the Honey Gold series, those tributes to F.A. Lange. And Jake Brooks says, so platinum is yellow steel that shines like light gold. Well, man. Yeah, I mean, platinum watches just have that special weight. And if you like the discretion of white metal, it's hard not to, at some deep level, yearn for platinum. Of course, those platinum watches are usually in the stratosphere, but yeah, the dial is actually a glossy black, but with those painted numerals and everything else that is constitutes the dial fixture. It just looks stunning. It's very, very special. What's your last word on the chronograph, since we were doing a little bit of dreamscaping? Do you consider also Lange to be the premier manufacturer of chronographs today?
I think it is a premier watch brand above everyone else. It is above everyone else by far. Rolex is a poor man's luxury watch. Patek is the aspirational. Look at me. I'm full of shit, and I can get any Patek. But Lange is the best of the best, in my opinion. It is above everyone else in high watchmaking. Doesn't have the panache of Patek. Audemars I wouldn't consider to be anywhere close to Lange. Audemars is a very nice brand, blah, blah, blah. Vacheron, the same, nowhere close to Lange. I mean, guys, Lange produces nearly 6,000 watches a year. You know how many Vacheron produces and Audemars? Patek is close to 75,000. So, so you're comparing, a Toyota of that with a Rolls Royce. in all honesty. And I think in watchmaking, one needs
It,
to understand that.
Professor, maybe you can settle this question for us because there are some deceptive numbers when it comes to Vacheron in particular. I've always thought that they produce up to 40,000 a year. And I was also told by some 25 to 28,000. Which number sounds more realistic to you in terms
40,
of,
40,
yeah, that's what
40. Yeah, of course, yes. I think it is 40. And I think for Patek, it is 70 plus now, about 75,000 plus. And they will hit a target in the next few years going to 100,000.
why
Of
is that?
course.
Why is that a target?
Well, there is always a target because you need to have a target because you need to produce the watchmakers and you need to have certain amounts and you're producing more, right?
Oh no, I'm not saying I'm not
Why is it a
being
target, the
no, I'm
100,000?
not being doe-eyed in terms of like, of course it's a business, but why is that the target? Like, why shouldn't it be let's produce the best watches we can at 70,000 a year? You can still
Because there
you can
because
still
there is
train
demand.
you can still train better watchmakers and sell more expensive watches at 70,000 a year. Like why does Patek have to be a mass-produced watch?
Well, remember, Patek was never a mass-produced watch 20 years ago, 15 years ago, 10 years ago. It was not. They were producing below 45,000 for a long period of time. They were producing in the 1980s, 27 to 30,000, and they started becoming greedier and greedier because it is a machine. And
Is
why
it
Lange produces 6 and not 60?
so are you basically saying that Patek has to produce eventually 100,000 watches because Thierry Stern needs a bigger yacht? Is that what it is?
I mean, it's futile to buy a bigger yacht than what he has now. I mean, you cannot go bigger than what you have unless you are really prone to fatalism in life. But he has a magnificent yacht and he has a magnificent jet. So I don't know what you can do with beyond that. I mean, a $5 billion businessman is no different than a $20 billion businessman.
I
You
think
still do the same things.
this looks, Professor, this looks pretty respectable. I think Patek can survive building 75,000 watches.
But they can survive producing 50,000 and 40,000 watches and 30,000 watches.
Yeah.
But of course, they will tell you, but we're not going to increase production and we're not going to
Mm.
do this and that. This is the boat you help buy, you help maintain, guys, when you buy a Patek. So keep feeding the Stern family's vacations on their beautiful yacht. For sure, you're not participating, but keep on buying into it.
Oh man.
No,
That's
but not that. By the way, LVMH and Richemont are in the same shitty category of
of
opulence.
course.
Do,
Of course.
do not think that if you look at Bernard Arnault, I mean, he's more sick than this in terms of opulence and jets and all of that. So this is like a little dinky for Arnault's liking.
Yeah. But I mean, I would think it's like a cruise ship or a ferry, but yeah, dinky works. Um, it's an interesting lifestyle. Yeah, I still don't understand what the justification is, honestly, to for Patek to increase production numbers.
But it goes the same, Lord. It goes
Because
with all
again,
of them.
they're not curing cancer, as you keep saying. It's not like, the world is in need of more luxury watches. Patek is
The,
supposed to be exclusive. It's not supposed to be both more expensive and more in number. It just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, aren't they destroying their own pedigree basically by pumping out lower quality, higher number, higher quantity watches, more or less?
I mean, that happens. It can happen, but Rolex has a revenue of nearly $10 billion a year, and Patek is not very far away from that. But they're producing 70,000, and Rolex produces a million plus watches. 50 years ago, they were nowhere close to that, and so they all became greedy. The same with Richard Mille, right? Uh,
Mm.
and and I think they all fall on this. I mean, there is a lot of demand for Patek. I mean, just the Chinese market, you can just sell 70,000 Patek Philippes in the Chinese market. They will all buy it, and there still be 2 billion waiting for it.
Mm.
You don't understand the demand in Asia for these watches.
Okay, by the way, Professor, 55% of our viewers thinks that you should take your sunglasses off. So just for future reference, I know you have already took
I
them
took
off.
them off.
Um, Jake Brooks about Lange said one day, maybe, why not? Mr.
One day.
Dodger, so nice to have you here in the chat. Thank you for joining. Mr. Foss says, would El Professor even put Lange over FP Jean?
There are different brands catering for a different market. I would say yes, because FP Jaune is just a recent soup de jour. Okay, it's the last few years that there is a lot of noise about him, right? Lange is a historic brand, just like Breguet, but unfortunately Breguet is part of the Hayek group, and they didn't do good service to the brand. And unfortunately for even Vacheron, which has joined the bigger group. So no, I think that Lange is above. FP is just a recent thing that it's the noise that people have created. It's like Patek and then Nautilus and the 57. Every loser in the world knows the 5711. Every loser in the world knows about certain brands. FP is just part of this noise. Lange is a very different category, and you need to go and visit the manufacturer to see what it is, and then go to FP. I mean, FP 10 years ago was not where it is today, and it comes with some strategic marketing that goes on, guys. Do not think that this is happening just because they are just all of them fantastic brands and suddenly they have created unique innovations.
I,
No.
I'll I'll make two arguments. One, a supplement to yours, just a mere addition, and the other, a counter argument. I'll go with the counter one first. F. Bejon produces less than 1,000 watches, which at just numerical level makes them more exclusive, not necessarily better. I don't know, proportionally speaking, I don't know if they actually have more quote unquote man hours and more attention and care dedicated to certain watches. I have had the pleasure of handling and examining a lot of F. Bejon watches over the years. I think they are top drawer in every way. My taste, which is very subjective, would make me put Lange one notch above it. And it has a lot to do with El Professor said as well. Like, it has I think it has a different kind of heritage and something very unique. Now, of course, F. Pigeon himself, I think, as much as a watchmaker, he's also a very good designer. I think he has a very good eye. Whatever you think of his designs, you can't um, blame the guy for lack of vision. The supplement to El Profesor's argument, however, is, did you guys notice that F. Pigeon is actually partly owned by a luxury conglomerate itself? Did you guys know? Did our audience know that Chanel owns a 20% stake in F. Pigeon since late 2018?
Exactly. And it doesn't come exactly, Lord. Exactly.
And when did the hype about F. Pigeon watches start? In 2019 up
You
to
are the
today.
man. You are the man.
So it's not a coincidence that F. Pigeon is now one of those high-hitting, high-rolling, hyped-up brands. It's not a coincidence that began with a certain corporate strategy and a marketing implementation that started with Chanel's acquisition of a fifth of that brand and that cash injection. Again, I wanted to preface this by saying how highly I value the horological value of F. Pigeon. I think when it comes to the retail prices, they do earn every cent of it. But everything else that goes beyond it, um, it's hardly justifiable. And it has a lot to do, like the professor said, with a concerted and global and corporate marketing strategy. And John Dondola says they have only been in existence since 1999. They have made an impact in such short time. Now, I wanna say this as well. Since we started talking about Breguet and my most recent acquisition in a Breguet Type 20 at a steel, we should also follow that back by saying, look, F. Pigeon, again, is not just one quirky watchmaker. He is someone who studied basically George Daniels, right? Who himself was basically, in his own mind, in his own practice, quote unquote, successor to Abraham Louis Breguet. So if the 19th century had Breguet, the 20th century had George Daniels, and there's a chance, of course, with the boost of a certain marketing campaign and a global hype, we might remember F. Pigeon in the same way. Maybe our successors, our descendants might remember, if they still care about wristwatches, F. Pigeon in the same way we remember Breguet, in the same way we remember George Daniels and others. So again, I don't want to minimize his footprint. I don't want to minimize his contribution, but it's not a coincidence that this boost, the cash injection they received from Chanel acquiring 20% stake in F. Pigeon, is a coincidence. Their recent resurgence is a coincidence, right? It literally comes right after the cash injection by Chanel in late 2018.
And allow me to say that in the Swiss watchmaking industry, you have watchmakers like F. Pigeon. It's not unlikely, but you just don't know them. People don't know them. Let me go back to another watchmaker who went in a different direction. Everybody knows him because of the particular watch that he produces since the early 2000s, which is Frank Muller. Frank Muller is a watchmaker, a very talented watchmaker. And he was somebody who also, just like François-Paul Journe, became a watchmaker. François-Paul was a Frenchman, is a Frenchman. Frank Muller has a bit of Swiss and a different kind of ethnic background outside of Switzerland. And he was educated, his watchmaking skills were developed in Rolex. Very talented person. But where is Frank Muller today? And where is F.B. Journe today? Without the injection of money by Chanel, F.B. Journe would be selling watches to a distinct minority, more so than today. He would not be known for 1,000 pieces that he produces today. He would not be known. You know, why, for instance, you know about F.B. Journe and you don't know about Beauvais, which produces in very limited numbers as well, right? So let's get a bit realistic about the marketing element here, which is very important that you're highlighting this. Yes, they do make exquisite watches, but you know, you all know about F.B. Journe because of the marketing that has been done, not because you know the watches, because he has been in the watchmaking business for more than 20 years and very few people. And there are micro brands like that in Switzerland that produce, you know, 200 and 300 and 500 watches a year, but, you know, they're not known. They're not supposed to be known anyway.
Guys, on that note, we have come to the end of our show, 4.5 hours. I'm not sure what's going on in the chat. Dodger, is this some sort of inside joke, or should I ban this guy if you can help me figure that out? I know you take it in stride. I know you have a thick skin, but I don't know what this guy is on about. In either case, guys, please hit the like button. It matters a lot. We have talked quite a bit about Breguet as a brand, the Type 20 as a chronograph, and as the iconic watch that still represents one of the greatest deals in the market today. In whatever configuration and execution you can find it, in steel, aéronaval, no date, the 3800, Transatlantique 3820, some of the special editions, limited editions that are actually pretty rare and quite limited in number, the precious metal versions that you can find sometimes even on a matching bracelet. It just represents one of the best deals on the market today. And
I think that's excellent what you say, because it lands the plane back to reality land.
Right. And we have also talked quite a bit about other chronographs too, especially A. Lange und Söhne. And that took us a little bit away from the realm of reason and reality to a kind of dreamscape. But ultimately, this is what we need to come back to. I promised to good to see you someone from the audience bargain hunting video on the Type 20, which I will provide both on eBay and Chrono24, and take about 15 minutes to look at different deals and different configurations and what to expect and what you can come by in terms of the condition of the watch and whatever comes with it, the steel bracelets, the box, the papers. I will also come back with some content on the new Tudor Ranger from the recent visit to the Tudor boutique, with some promotional material they had lying around there and hung up on the walls. So keep your eyes peeled on that. Subscribe if you haven't to see this kind of content on the channel on a regular basis, on a daily basis. I'm here every day with the watch talk, with also additional content to these live streams. So stay tuned. Ultimately, spread the word, share the link on other platforms. It really helps. Every single new person that I bring onto this platform is precious to me. So please share. Please help us expand this community that is built around knowledge of and passion for wristwatches. And if you want to help in other ways, I will post the link. The information is in the crawling ticker, and it is also included in the video description. But in either case, I'm grateful for your help and support. Please hit the like button on your way out. It genuinely helps. I'll see you all tomorrow. Until then, I bid you adieu. Take care, guys.